the defense psychiatrist, because you can point to that. Now, in her history, she was being treated, but she would go there off and on and take her medicines off and on. And in the last 6 months before she stabbed baby Julian, her mother had lost track of her, and she apparently was traveling all around from Ohio to California, back to Ohio to Florida to Ohio again, and was off her meds. So theoretically, if someone is schizophrenic and they're off their meds, it is certainly possible, if not likely, that they are in a psychotic state. However, what we know about her, I don't think we have that. First of all, she bought the knives. There is some degree of intent there. She went to a police station right before she bought the knives, and she had an altercation with them. So perhaps they say she was angry. So perhaps, she bought the knives. She was feeling angry, and she either wanted to protect herself or wanted to attack someone. So, and then, of course, at the arraignment, she was acting very strange. She was talking in Spanish, and she was sitting in the jail. She was sitting on the floor naked. So there are these things, but those two things seem like crazy like a fox. Was she purposely? She's been around. And it seems like she knows what to do. A lot of times, people who are chronically mentally ill do get to know what gets them arrested, and so on. So I would be on the side of her not being not guilty by reason of insanity.
Mm-hmm. Fascinating that you're skeptical, Dr. Carroll. Thank you for that. In terms of the viability of this defense before this jury, Casey, I want to talk to you about that. Your thoughts on it, please.
Yes, Julie, typically with cases where there's surveillance, it's very hard for the defense because there's no real theory of defense that can be different from what the jury sees. And what we see is she was in the store next door, she got the knife, and she went into the grocery store and she followed. Although she didn't hide the knife, you see that there's a clear indication of who her target was. And it's going to be very hard to persuade the jury that she did not know what she did and she did not appreciate the wrongfulness of her actions. I'm looking at the surveillance, and there were reports that although she walked away and although she was found with the same knife, there's still an indication that she knew exactly what she was doing, and whether it was mental illness or were you just upset from other events or just really had a bad day and took it out on an innocent victim. And that is the job of the defense, to really bring this forth, not just through testimony, but through expert testimony, her mental history, to show this pattern at the time of this alleged incident.
Right. Great points, Casey. As I look at that video, Dr. Carroll, I'd love to ask you about something that I raised on the show yesterday. When we see her blatantly walking through that store, and, she's hard to miss. She's very large in stature, and she's got this big 12-inch knife in her hand that she's swinging around. This is a busy store, lots of people. And I was saying, Dr. Carroll, I don't know if people are just unobservant or if they just, I don't want to offend anybody and say anything because, I want to mind my business. And I'm thinking, where are we as a society? I would love your comments on this, Dr. Carroll.
Yes, I totally agree. I think she is a large woman. She does look strong. I think some people would be afraid to tackle her, literally. But surely there must have been some security guards in there. That's the sad part. There were possibilities to stop this. Well, first of all, the one thing is that, her mother was very angry at the clinic that she was going to because she wanted them to do more. They can't control her in terms of making her take medication when she's not there.
Right.
But they said she's not a danger to self or others, so they can't hospitalize her. Oh. So there could have been ways to stop it.
Yeah, boy, I wish we had more time. We're out of time. But yeah, this is a great conversation. We'll continue it. Dr. Carroll Lieberman, thank you so much. Casey Early, thank you so much. And thank you at home for being with us. We'll be right back.
I just lost my sister and her family. They weren't ready. The bills, the funeral, everything. It's all just too much.
Who are you working with?
I'm working with the deceased Julian. I located the major trauma wound from the knife, and then I immediately started to use a chest seal on his back. The chest seal just seals the wound to stop the blood from pouring out. When I first arrived on scene while looking for the major wound in his back, I did notice the also stab puncture wound in his face.
This morning, we are in Cleveland, Ohio for the Toddler Stabbed murder case for defendant Bionca Ellis. Welcome to Court TV Live. I'm Julie Grant. This defendant is accused of murdering 3-year-old Julian Wood and trying to murder Julian's mother, Margot. The incident in question happened at a parking lot of a busy Giant Eagle grocery store in North Olmsted, Ohio, which is part of the greater Cleveland area. Court has already gotten underway this morning. And before we go in, if you're new to this trial, we want to give you the background of how we got here. Take a look.
I'm at North Olmsted, Ohio, Giant Eagle. Someone just stabbed a kid and a lady in the parking lot.
Chaos breaks out in the parking lot of a Giant Eagle grocery store just outside of Cleveland, Ohio on June 3rd, 2024.
There was a child. He's bleeding all over the place. We're at North Olmsted Giant Eagle.
Margot Wood was shopping with her 3-year-old son, Julian, when they were attacked by a knife-wielding stranger.
The young child suffered 2 stab wounds, one to the face and one to the back, and then she suffered one to her shoulder area.
Julian died of his injuries, but his mother, Margot, survived.
I need a car to go help the kid. He's in the first couple aisles.
Where's your cuffs? Get custody? Who's got cuffs?
33-year-old Bionca Ellis was arrested on the edge of the parking lot where the stabbings happened. A long blade knife was found on the ground near where she was cuffed.
Did she say anything?
No, I didn't hear anything. I had my windows down. I didn't hear anything. All I heard was just screaming, and the lady grabbed her child up out the cart, and that's when it fell over, and they collapsed over here, and the lady just continued to walk off.
Police say Bionca Ellis stole a knife from a nearby thrift store. Surveillance video shows Ellis walking into the grocery store with the knife in plain view.
It was very, very upsetting that someone would do that, to a child and their mother.
As Margot Wood swerved her grocery cart to avoid running into Bionca Ellis, Ellis turned around to follow Margot and Julian out of the store, the whole time swinging the knife by her side.
As a mother, I cannot even begin to fathom the sense of loss that this family is going through.
Ellis is facing multiple charges, including murder, attempted murder, and felonious assault.
Have you received and read your indictment?
I don't know.
You don't know if you've received it?
She was found competent to stand trial after her defense team requested a mental health evaluation. This after her behavior in the courtroom raised questions about her ability to assist in her own defense. For the family of Julian Wood, they'll never get over the loss of their child.
She took everything from us. There's nothing that could ever replace my son.
And in talking to friends and colleagues in the Cleveland area, this is a case that's caught everyone's attention and really upset people in the community that little boy was murdered in such a brutal way. And so the question isn't here, did Bionca Ellis do this stabbing? We know that she did. Her lawyer's acknowledging that she did. But the question is her legal culpability. Can she be held legally liable for first-degree murder here? Or is she not guilty of that crime because of her mental state at the time? So Sanity is a backward-looking inquiry. We look back into how she was the day of the incident. We're not talking about how she is today in the courtroom. We're talking about way back when on June 3rd, 2024. Who better to testify as to what they observed of her that day? Eyewitnesses, right? We've got another one kicking off the day this morning. This is a gentleman who was at the Giant Eagle store. First witness of the day. He's witness number 12 overall. Let's go in.
I remember looking at the little kid. He had a smile on his face, and it kind of made me kind of smirk, like, I just thought it was a cute moment. I looked at the shopping cart. I remember there was a orange and Brown's blanket. I just took my eyesight away for a second, and I looked down at my phone, and then I looked back, and as I was looking, she was crossing my A post of the car. I'm sorry, the door. Yeah, and then that's when I. I'm sorry.
We're going to just stop right there.
Okay.
When you say she was crossing your A post, what do you mean?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm a racing guy. When you open the door, the post that's there, you know what I'm saying?
No,
I can't think of the thing.
Is it the pillar?
Yes.
The pillar.
Yes, okay. That separates the side window to the front windshield.
Oh, you're talking about the car.
In my car. As I'm looking out, I'm trying to, navigate around that and.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And so what then do you observe? You see a lady and a child pushing a shopping cart.
Yeah. So after moving my head, that's when I noticed a black female dressed in all black who was walking like right behind her. And I'm just kind of gauging and seeing what's going on, just, not thinking anything, just.
Did you see a knife at that point?
I didn't. I wasn't looking down. I was just looking more at the lady in the cart.
Okay.
And then
Hang on. Question? So when you saw that, what happened next?
They had got to a gray car, and the trunk opened.
Who got to a gray car?
The lady pushing the cart.
Okay, she got to a gray car.
Yes.
Okay.
The back hatch opened, and that's when I saw the black female dressed in all black came around and raised her arm. That's when I saw the knife, because the sun just kind of the sun just made it just stand out. And she stabbed the kid, drew back, stabbed him again, and that's when I saw the Mrs. Wood grab Julian, and pulling him out, the lady stabbed towards them again. And the cart just fell to the ground, everything fell out. And she cradled Julian in her arms, she fell to the ground. She started screaming, which I'll never get that out of my head. And that's when I was trying to get out of my car. Then I tried to bolt out, open the door, and for some reason I couldn't reach the handle because it was just insane. But I finally opened the door. I ran to the scene. There was another.
Question. So once that happened, what did you see the black woman do, or where did she go?
She stood there for a second, and then she walked off. She walked off behind. There was a couple cars, and she just walked off. And there was another guy and a female who came out. I remember the guy yelling, "Call 911." I didn't have my phone on me. There was another lady who came, and I saw her. She was dialing 911, and I looked over again, and she was trying to escape through, the car. So I don't know if she's by herself. I don't know if she's working with somebody. So I ran back to my car. I got in. I tracked her down on the next aisle, and I pulled up next to her.
So when she left, Mr. Bush, did she go down the same aisle where the child and the mother were with the shopping cart, or did she go to a different aisle?
A different aisle.
Okay. And when she left, what were your observations about how she walked away?
I really didn't see how she was walking at first. I could see the top of her head. It was moving not in a fast pace, but a little bit more than normal, I would say.
All right. Did you see the knife again?
So when I pulled up next to her, that's when I saw the knife. And I realized that she had got him pretty good, because it was about a third filled with blood.
All right. And what was a third filled with blood?
The knife was probably this long. It was probably up to here, probably that much. From what I could see. I looked at it for like a 2 seconds.
Okay. All right. And where was the knife? Where was she holding the knife?
In her right hand.
All right.
Wow, what a great witness for the state. Let's talk about it. Let's bring in the chief trial attorney for the Muskegon County, Michigan District Attorney's Office, Matt Roberts. Matt, good morning to you. Your thoughts on this gentleman and everything he's sharing with the jury?
Well, good morning, Julie. It's great to be here. Really powerful testimony there. Clearly, you can see the impact that this has had on this gentleman. Obviously something he's never going to be able to get out of his mind, as he indicated there in his testimony. And really powerful stuff for the jury here, because it really goes to the heart of the question they're going to have to answer. There's no question that she's guilty. There's no question that she did this. So the question for the jury becomes, what do we do with this woman here who is certainly responsible for this, and how do we deal with this case? So very powerful testimony there from this gentleman.
Definitely. And how about the trauma you can just see that he's experiencing, Matt, can't you? I'm sure that stood out to you.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, the secondary trauma here is immense. Obviously, it's not happening directly to him, but no question that this is going to have an impact on him for the rest of his life. And I would certainly hope that he has been able to speak to somebody about that, or to get some help for that, because it's definitely something that nobody expects to see it, and nobody really knows how to process those things. Certainly not just as a person who's out for grocery shopping, and to see this horrible thing, it's just devastating.
Oh, it really is. And he was one of those people, you know, I like to always think of the Mr. Rogers, the famous quote. He would say that when he was a little boy, his mother would say to him, when things are scary to you that you see in the news, look for the helpers. There are always good people who are helping. And this man is one of them, as I'm looking at our producer's notes. And he follows and kind of watches the defendant as he knows someone's calling 911. It's like these helpers, these bystanders all took a role. Somebody called, he kept an eye on her. He talks about keeping an eye on her, having his firearm with him, and just kind of watching, making sure she wasn't going to do anything else until the police arrive and apprehend her. We're going to watch the cross-examination together in just a moment. Attorney Matt Roberts, stand by, please. Friends at home, we'll be back in just 4 minutes as this trial continues over the death of little 3-year-old Julian Wood.
I'm Vinny Politan. Welcome to Closing Arguments.
What's happening here?
It's unreal. Let me show you exactly what happened.
Closing Arguments with Vinny Politan, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
A wife accused of murdering her prominent attorney husband, and the defense involves blaming her own sons?
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rollins. New episode Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julie Grant. We're in Cleveland, Ohio, broadcasting the trial over the death of 3-year-old Julian Wood. He was stabbed to death in the parking lot of a busy grocery store. The woman who stabbed him is Bionca Ellis. She's on trial right now, and this isn't a question of who done it. Her attorneys are conceding that she did this, but what they're not conceding is the level of legal liability. She's pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity, and that doesn't mean that she should walk free if the jury finds that. No, she would be committed to a state mental institution where she would serve time there and be treated as part of the sentence. But the prosecution doesn't believe that she was insane at the time. They believe she knew right from wrong. So what will the jury find? Well, we're still hearing from eyewitnesses in the case, setting the scene on that dreadful day. Right now, there's a witness who saw the stabbing event happen. He described it to the jury, and he looked back. He was like he was holding back a lot of emotions. Now it's time for him to be cross-examined. Let's go back in.
You indicated that you confronted Miss Ellis. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at the time that you confronted her, how far away were you from her?
Right next to her.
Right next to her?
In my car.
Feet? 2 feet?
Probably from me to the court reporter.
And when you said to her, when you know that you stabbed that boy, and she shrugged her shoulders, you were right next to her. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there a reason why, and that being such important information, that you did not include that in your written statement when you had this conversation with the police?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
Is there a reason why what you testified to here today regarding Bionca saying so and shrugging her shoulders and you confronting her, why didn't you include that in your statement on the day that the police interviewed you?
Am I allowed to read my statement?
Let me do one better. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you your statement. Yeah, we'll mark this.
Mr. Bush?
Yes, sir.
All I want you to do is to read it yourself, and then when you're done, let me know. So
Yes,
no comments about it, just read it, and then I'll have Mr. Macken ask you some questions.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You had a chance to read it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
And is that your signature, sir?
Yes, sir.
That is your statement.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So point to the part of the statement where you indicate that you confronted Bionca and she shrugged her shoulders after you having said, you know you stabbed that kid.
It's not in there.
Okay.
I was pulled over by a officer. I'm sorry.
He's going to ask questions.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. They did give you an opportunity to write out your observations, correct?
Yes, sir. Pretty brief, but...
And to me, that's the most important thing that you testified to here today is that she verbally responded to you without the audio saying so. She mouthed the word so.
Yes, sir.
You confronted her, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But that's not in your statement, right?
No, it's not.
Okay. Have you been following this case since it's been in the news?
Not really. I don't really watch it.
Okay. You don't watch TV?
I got other things to do.
Okay. You also indicated that at some point, right after the stabbing, she began to walk past you. Do you recall stating that?
A little bit faster, yes, sir.
Okay. Is there a reason why in your statement you indicated that she slowly walked away toward Dover Center?
While she was over on the other aisle, she was walking slower. But as she was getting away from the initial stabbing, she was walking a little bit faster.
Why isn't that in your statement then?
As I said, sir, I was pulled away.
Okay. So you also indicated that you saw Miss Ellis fall down. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
At the time that the police confronted her?
Yes, sir.
But you couldn't hear what was going on?
No.
And when you say she fell down, are you saying that she laid down, or are you saying that she fell?
She laid down.
Okay.
She laid down.
Okay. You're indicating, I think you're about to say that you had another conversation with another officer at some point in time?
There was, yes. Another officer had kind of asked me what did I see, and I think I just got distracted and just put this down, and I went and answered his questions, and that was it.
Okay. You don't recall who the other officer was? I
don't.
All right, that's fair. That's fair. All right. Your Honor, may I take one moment?
You can.
What do you think of the cross so far? Let's bring in our legal analyst guest, see what he thinks. Attorney Matt Roberts on the show with us. Matt, your thoughts on what counsel's doing with this witness?
Well, it's kind of interesting, Julie, because, again, there's no question here that the defendant committed this act. So going after this witness and trying to suggest that maybe he didn't tell the police something and maybe he's saying something now, I don't see how that really benefits the defense. And if anything, the situation he's describing really goes to what would be useful for the defense, that her reaction is not what you would expect or hope from a person that's just stabbed somebody. The sort of shrugging and no big deal or whatever type of attitude really helps the defense. So it's kind of puzzling why you would do this. This is a person who's clearly suffered trauma, and I just don't understand why you would go after him in this manner if that's the defense. So
right, I'm with you, Matt. It's almost one of those opportunities where I could see him saying, thank you for the opportunity, Your Honor, no cross is necessary, and just sit down, score some points, because as you said, this is a lay witness, has no interest in the case. He didn't want to be dragged into this. He's clearly traumatized. And if you want to save your juice for the mental health issue in that question, I would think that he might earn some points with the jury by not going hard on lay witnesses. It seemed like he was kind of picking apart what was in the statement, not in the statement. And yeah, that's a little tough, huh, Matt?
Yeah, it's kind of puzzling. I don't understand it. The challenge for the defense in this case is not trying to suggest that she didn't commit this act. Obviously, it's to generate whatever level of sympathy you can for the defendant by claiming that she has this mental illness and attacking a person who's doing the best he can under the circumstances. And people seem to think that, or certainly defense attorneys believe that whenever a witness talks to a police officer, they have to say everything that happened, and the police officer has to write it all down. And it just doesn't happen that way in reality, and I think most jurors accept that. So this is a different tactic than I would expect for somebody who's trying to claim that the person was just insane. Like you said, get up, maybe don't ask any questions, or maybe highlight the bizarre parts of it and move on.
Right, that's another good point too, Matt. Maybe just a couple questions about, she appeared nonchalant after this, right? And she had that big bloody knife in her hand, right? So like kind of make her, if your point is that she was crazy at the time and just completely out of her mind, then ask those questions that support that. A great analysis as always. Matt Roberts, thank you so much. Stand by, please. We'll hit a break as we're coming up on the bottom of the hour. When we come back, we're going to hear from another state witness. We're on witness number 13. In this case happening in Cuyahoga County, Ohio. That is the greater Cleveland area. And there is the defendant, Bionca Ellis.
saw a woman stabbing a mother and child. I saw the knife covered in blood. I saw violent motions towards a mother and her child.
Oh, what a dreadful case this is. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julie Grant. We're in Cleveland, Ohio for day number 2 of the Toddler Stabbed homicide case. The question isn't whether the defendant did the stabbing. She did, and her legal team acknowledges that. The question is her sanity at the time. Was she sane or was she legally insane? That's going to be the question for this jury. Again, this is a jury trial before the Honorable John Russo. He is the judge running this trial, and what a great trial he's running. We're in day number 2 and witness number 13 already. So the trial is moving along quite well with arguably the most important witness on the stand right now. And that's Julian's mom, Margot Wood. She's also a victim. There's an attempted homicide charge that pertains to her, as she was also stabbed, just not nearly as bad as her son. Let's go in and listen to the mother of little Julian.
My son Julian, he would have been 4. And my daughter Amelia, who's 1.5 years.
Okay. And ma'am, when was Julian's birthday?
October 29th, 2020.
And his initials would be JW?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So, ma'am, are you employed outside the home?
I am not.
Okay. Were you ever employed outside the home?
No.
All right. And suffice it to say that on June 3rd of 2024, had you just had Amelia?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that your mom lives with you?
She does.
All right. And what's her name?
Nazra Hernandez.
And so did you decide to go shopping that day?
I did.
All right. So what kind of shopping were you going to do?
We were going to buy food for dinner that day.
All right. And so what did you decide to do?
When we went to the store?
Yes. Who decided who was going to the store?
So we were all going to go to the store. My mom, my daughter, Julian, and myself.
Okay.
But my daughter fell asleep. And my mom said, let's not wake her. So it ended up just being Julian and I going.
All right. And so what store did
Giant Eagle.
Sorry. That's all right. And where is Giant Eagle located?
It's in North Olmsted, Ohio.
All right. In Cuyahoga County?
Yes, ma'am.
And in the state of Ohio?
Yes.
All right. And is that Giant Eagle known to a lot of folks in North Olmsted as being the water tower of Giant Eagle?
It is.
Okay. All right. So if you could be so kind to tell us, how did you get there?
I drove.
Okay. What kind of car do you have, ma'am?
We have a Kia Carnival. It's a silver minivan.
All right. And so who then actually went to Giant Eagle that day?
Myself and Julian.
All right. So you drove to this Giant Eagle water town. And tell me what you did when you went to the grocery store.
So we got there, we parked, I put them in the cart. And usually around that time they have flower baskets outside. So he helped me pick out some flower baskets. And we went inside, did, bought some candies and things, and we did groceries. And then we went to the self-checkout.
All right. And was Julian in the little seat area?
Yes, he remained seated in the car seat area, or not the buggy area, the seat. Yes.
Yeah. The grocery cart.
Yes.
Okay. And did you put or bring with you some type of blanket in the car seat before in the cart so he could sit on it?
No.
Okay. So you said you indicated you did a self-checkout?
I did.
All right. Did you have any issues with that?
I did.
Okay. And as a result of that, did you call for some assistance?
I did.
Right? And so did folks help you with that?
She did. She came over. I ended up having to use a card instead of the bill because she said the bill reader sometimes messes up.
All right. So you had to use a credit card instead of cash?
Yes, ma'am.
Right? Those machines are very sensitive.
Correct.
So you packed up your own groceries?
Yes.
Put them in a cart?
Yes.
And did you walk out of the store?
I did.
Pushing your cart?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So when you were in the store, Mrs. Wood, did you notice anything strange?
No.
Did you notice anybody accost you or say anything to you or acknowledge you? Anything of that sort?
No.
So you continued to push your cart out of the store?
Yes.
And before you left the store, Mrs. Wood, did you notice anyone by you? Did you see anybody? Did anybody talk to you?
No.
Okay, that's interesting. I think many of us were waiting to hear those answers from this grieving mother because we know the surveillance video shows her swerving her shopping cart to avoid Bionca Ellis. Bionca Ellis is walking right toward her and Julian when they were going to exit the store, and she swerves to miss her, keeps on going. And so for any of you wondering if she saw the knife in her hand, I think this answer tells us that obviously she didn't see it. This is so unfortunate. We're going to hit a break. When we come back, we'll hear more from Margot Wood about what happened the day that her little Julian was stabbed to death.
My two best friends were just murdered.
Join me for a Court TV true crime series where we take you from the crime scene to the courtroom.
Donna Adelson hates every piece of grass that Dave Marcel ever walked on.
It's something that'll haunt all of us forever.
It always seemed like he was covering or deceiving. This was a whole different level.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rowlands. New episodes Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
I'm at North Olmsted, Ohio, Giant Eagle. Someone just stabbed a kid and a lady in the parking lot.
Screams in the parking lot as we were parking or walking to our car, and we saw the kid.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. We have victim Margot Wood on the witness stand right now. So she was a stabbing victim on that dreadful day, June the 3rd of 2024. Fortunately, she survived, but her son Julian did not. He is deceased after that brutal stabbing incident. That is in question. And what's in question about it is not who carried it out, but the state of mind of the person who carried it out. Let's go back in to the courtroom and listen to more from Margot Wood.
I saw her coming, walking towards us, and I noticed she had a knife in her hand. And I said, "Oh no, Julian." So I had the car, I stood in front of the end of the cart, and I was trying to push him back he was still sitting in the cart. And she stabbed the back of a trunk of a car, and I got scared. But when I was pushing the car back, it fell over. And then she came at me. I'm sorry.
Take your time.
She came at me.
This is what. Just breathe.
Okay.
Some water there for you, too.
But I moved. And she stabbed him in the side of his face. And then she stabbed me.
Take a minute and then ask a question. Some Kleenex to the left of you if you need a minute. Would you take a sip of water and then I'll have her ask you another question? It's open. Ms. Frawley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Wood, when she stabbed you, what did you do or what did you say?
I didn't say anything. I was just... I couldn't believe this was happening. It was so fast. I was just trying to, so she wouldn't hurt it.
And what happened next?
And then she stood up and stabbed him in the back. And he was crying. He was crying.
After she stabbed him in the back, what did she do next?
She just walked away. Like nothing. She just walked away.
And, ma'am, what did you do?
I went to go grab him out of the cart. Because he was on his side, and I went to go and I held him. And I just felt blood on my hands. And I said, Julian, Julian, are you okay? And then blood came out the side of his mouth. I'm sorry.
Take a minute. I'm going to have the prosecutor ask you another question. Go ahead, take a minute. Why don't you take some water again? Take your time. Need some more Kleenex? Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mrs. Wood, once you were experiencing this with Julian, were you calling for help?
Yes.
And were you in fact screaming for help?
Yes.
Did folks start to come around you?
They did.
And did there come a point in time that somebody came by and took Julian and tried to help Julian?
Yes.
Did she indicate at the time she was a nurse?
She did.
Okay. And did other folks come and surround you and try to help you as well?
Yes.
And ma'am, where were you stabbed?
On the top of my right shoulder.
All right.
Oh my gosh, doesn't this just make you want to cry for her, listening to this mother? Who would have thought, after picking out flowers with her son just minutes before this, that then she and her son would both be stabbed? Let's bring in our legal analyst, attorney Matt Roberts. Matt, I want to get some thoughts from you, please, on this grieving mother's awful testimony.
Well, it's absolutely heartbreaking. It just the emotion, you can hear it there. I'm sure the jury can see it. It's just devastating, and it really just highlights as you were pointing out, we wanted to hear the answer to that question. Did she see the defendant beforehand? The monotony of what we do in our everyday lives and the encounters we have with people, and we don't notice those things. And I'm sure that's a moment that she's relived time and time again, looking back at this to say, why didn't I see something? Why didn't I do something sooner? And it's just because it's just part of our everyday lives. And that, again, is the real challenge in this case for the defense to handle. The jury is going to put themselves in this woman's position. They've all been to grocery stores. They've all been in this situation, whether they have kids or not, to be thrust into this situation and then to be asked to potentially say that this woman is not guilty because of her mental illness is going to be just a tremendous uphill battle for the defense.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that, Matt. Tell us a little bit more why you think it may be tough for the defense.
Well, just simply because the jury is going to be, this happens where every one of them has been. Everybody can sympathize with having gone to the grocery store. Again, whether you have kids or not, everybody will be in that situation, and then they are being asked to say potentially that this person is not guilty. They don't necessarily understand what that means, but they know saying not guilty means that the person, is not responsible for what they did. In Michigan, we have an alternative alternative verdict, I should say, that's guilty but mentally ill. And if something like that is available to the jury, I would think that's the way they're going to be leaning, because again, they just don't want to be in that situation where they potentially think they played a role in this woman getting back out on the streets, whether it's immediately or after a period of hospitalization. So a real challenge here for this jury, but that would be the concern for the defense. And if the defense does anything on cross-examination other than get up and say, I'm sorry for your loss, it's criminal malpractice.
Yeah, you're so right, Matt. And I have an answer for you. They're not going to cross her. I'm just getting word on that. So good deal. We'll be right back. Who are you working with?
I'm working with the deceased Julian. I located the major trauma wound from the knife, and then I immediately started to use a chest seal on his back. The chest seal just seals the wound to stop the blood from pouring out. When I first arrived on scene while looking for the major wound in his back, I did notice the also stab puncture wound in his face.
Oh, that is little Julian Wood. This case is so dreadfully heartbreaking. Welcome to our second hour of Court TV Live as we are in the trial over the stabbing death, the brutal stabbing death of this 3-year-old child who was with his mother shopping for groceries in broad daylight in a parking lot with lots of people around when little Julian was stabbed to death, and his mother was stabbed as well, but she survived. Now, she was the last witness to take the stand, and if you missed what we shared at the end of our last hour, defense counsel chose not to cross-examine her. Very smart move. As she was emotional, she was crying through much of the testimony. She said it happened so fast, the way this stabbing happened. And she shared a new fact with us. She said that before Bionca Ellis stabbed her son Julian and her, Margot Wood told us that she stabbed the hood of the back of the hood of one of the cars nearby. And she said when she saw her stab the hood of the car, that got her scared. It kind of made her jump, and she knocked over the grocery cart. And from there, she said everything happened very, very quickly. So after that really, really tough testimony to get through, the judge has sent the jury on a quick morning break. So what we want to do now, while they're out of the box for just a few minutes, we want to take a look at the very best surveillance footage of Bionca Ellis from this case. Our video editors have put together a special mashup for you. Here we go.
Are these items we're seeing here on the screen?
Yes.
Before I showed you the video that you see, or you sense a shift to her behavior, correct?
Correct.
As I press play again, can you describe for us your memory, what you were feeling in this moment in the lobby?
At this moment, I feel like that she's irritated. She's putting her stuff away. She goes to walk out, and then she looks back at me and then flips the light off.
The kitchen knife area aisle where you could observe Miss Ellis now sifting through the knives.
And why was it important for you to collect this surveillance?
It was important because we're trying to establish a timeline as to what had occurred prior to the incident.
And I don't know if you can see, it's a little faint. Timestamp up top on this exhibit.
My eyes aren't that good, so no, I cannot. I could see a time, but I couldn't tell you exactly what that is.
got a med kit? Okay. The other on the side? You're good. Who's got a med kit? Are you bleeding? Are you hurt anywhere? Hold you up, okay? Grab your other arm. We're going to lift you up, okay? Stand up, okay? 1, 2, 3, stand up. Stand up. Come on. Come around. 14.
Walk back this way.
52 LO3, I got 3 units. 1719 myself. And Charge Eagle. In the parking lot. Florida aisle. If you got EMS coming.
Pulling up now, squad's pulling up now. Does this take place out here? Right here, right here. Right there?
Literally right here. Right here. Right here.
Did you see this? John, what do you know? We got statements rolling. We got Luke washing his hands up. We have him grabbing his camera. We got to secure this area right now.
Yep. No doubt. That's fine. We need some tapes. We got the female. She's under arrest.
So the kid was in a car? In the car?
Yeah.
Okay. So it was in the car and the car fell over?
Yeah.
All right, and there we have it. That is the video mashup we put together showing some of the most stunning moments in this case. The jury on their morning break, as soon as they're ready to hear more testimony, we're going to go back in. But let's just take a pause and go back to what we just heard, the last bits of testimony from Mother Margot Wood. So she's a victim here in 2 ways. She was actually stabbed by Bionca Ellis, and she witnessed her son, her second baby, be stabbed to death. What a dreadful, dreadful thing to happen to any human being. Let's talk about this. Let's bring in our legal analyst guest. He's a practicing criminal defense attorney who has also served as a district attorney, Matt Mangino, on the program today. Matt, good morning to you. Share with us your thoughts, please, about what Margot Wood shared with that jury.
Well, you know, it's beyond comprehension to think that something like this will happen to you in a grocery store parking lot. I mean, Julie, we're both familiar with the well-known chain of Giant Eagle and shop there. I shop there frequently. So you know, you have this idea, hey, I'm going to run into the grocery store with my child, and you know, this is routine. And then to have something catastrophic happen like this is really beyond any parent's comprehension. And as you said earlier, I think it was wise to just leave her testimony as it was and not ask a single question on cross-examination.
Exactly, Matt. And going back to a point you raised, I'm so glad you raised it. And I know we have a lot of viewers in Ohio who've been reaching out, watching this case. And as you said, that is a popular grocery store, the Giant Eagle. I've shopped at Giant Eagles many times, love them. I've lived in Ohio, Pennsylvania, like you. And they're busy places because they're popular, nice stores. So when we think about places where we may be in danger, we're not talking about her pushing a shopping cart down a dark alley in a what's known as a rough side of town where you may, experience gang activity or something. No, I mean, you think broad daylight, there's lots of people. And I think if there's any lesson we can take away from this, if there's anything possible, I'm sure this mother and any of these other victims would want us to remember is this stuff can happen anywhere. Even if you're in a place that is safe with lots of people and sunshine, unfortunately, danger can arrive. And it did that day with Ms. Bionca Ellis. Tell me, Matt, what do you think the fact that she she stole, she didn't purchase, she stole the 2 knives at the thrift store prior to this. What does that say? Does that seem to be checking off the box for the premeditation element for you? Or do you find it's still questionable as to whether she was going to go do some damage with that knife?
Well, Julie, in my mind, I don't think that there's any question that her intent was to do some damage with that knife. But what was the basis of it? What was her motive? What was she thinking? We've talked a bit about competency for her to go to trial, and competency is what her mental health is right now. Is she able to actively participate in her defense? The other issue is insanity, and insanity is the issue at the time. Did she know the difference between right and wrong? Did she set out to do harm? But what was the reason she wanted to do harm? That is the issue in this case. What her mental health was. Did she have the ability to know the difference between right and wrong on the day of this incident? Not her competency right now to stand trial.
Right, Matt. Something else I'm thinking of is I'm looking at this video, and she's in that thrift store, and she opens up, they described it as kind of like a plastic Tupperware type container that contains those knives. I have to think, isn't this a danger legally that this thrift store is having these knives so accessible? Whereas if you go in, let's say any kind of, big shopping store, take Walmart, for instance, or something, they're going to be in plastic and wrapped up, or, let's say you buy a block of knives, they're going to be in the block and everything's all taped up. This just, to me, I'm looking at this and it's occurring to me, Matt, it seems like danger waiting to happen, that anybody can just, let's just pull one out and do God knows what with it.
Well, yes, Julie, that, I know that there was a civil lawsuit filed against Giant Eagle in this case. But you're right. I mean, if you were going to go into a regular department store or some other store and buy knives, or steal them, you're going to have to break open the packaging and take those knives out, which is obviously something that security could see that could stop you from doing that. Now, these people in thrift stores, I mean, they do great things. I mean, they raise money as nonprofits to help people, disadvantaged people. They also have these products available at low prices for people who can't afford them. But you still can't create a dangerous condition, which is have knives openly displayed that could be easily accessible and, in this instance, stolen from the store. And obviously this knife was lethal because it ended up killing somebody and harming another person. So yeah, there's some unanswered questions there.
Definitely. Great points, Matt. Thank you for all of this. Yeah, I think if there are any learning lessons, look up, look around you, be aware, don't be distracted. Even places you think could be safe, you just never know who's going to show up. Matt Mangino, stand by if you would, kindly, please, for some more questions. We're going to hit a break. When we come back, we'll continue our coverage of this trial in Cleveland. And we're remembering victim Julian Wood and his mother Margot, a really important day today with her testimony. We're going to find out who the next witness is when Court TV Live rolls on.
I saw a woman stabbing a mother and child. I saw the knife covered in blood. I saw violent motions towards a mother and her child.
I'm Vinny Politan. Welcome to Closing Arguments.
What's happening here?
It's unreal. Let me show you exactly what happened.
Closing Arguments with Vinny Politan, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julie Grant. Let me give you a look at the cases we're tracking for you at this hour from coast to coast. In California, we've got defendant Michael Baum back in court for a pretrial conference at 11:30 a.m. This young man is accused of crashing into and killing 4 sorority sisters in Malibu. In Wisconsin, we've got defendant Taylor Schabusiness back in court. This is for her prison attack case. And the question is whether she should be shackled in the courtroom. Plus, in Ohio, we've got testimony resuming in the Toddler Stabbed murder trial for defendant Bionca Ellis. We just heard from little Julian Wood's mother, Margot, who's also a stabbing victim. Fortunately, she survived. Now, after her testimony concluded, defense counsel opted not to cross-examine her, which was a really smart and sensitive move. And the judge sent the jury out for their morning break. And we just got word that they should be coming back soon, as we're seeing some of the attorneys return to the courtroom. There are 2 of the defense attorneys right there. And we can see one of the prosecutors over at the table. So it should be any minute before. Oh, and there is His Honor, the Honorable John Russo, presiding over this case. He's had a really illustrious legal career, an excellent judge, and someone really keeping this case on track. They've been coming in every morning at about 8:30, getting started, and we're already on witness number 13 with Margot Wood's testimony. So we're waiting to see who the next witness will be for the state of Ohio, as they've got the burden here in this case, and an interesting legal issue before the jury for both sides, and that is Bionca Ellis's state of mind. So we see one of the court deputies. They're going to be bringing Bionca Ellis up. She's in custody, so she's going to be transported in, able to sit down in the courtroom. The jury doesn't know that she's jailed, and then the jurors will be brought in. So while we wait for that to happen, we put together some of the best moments from one of the key eyewitnesses who came in and testified on Monday. Here we go.
We had just completed loading the vehicle and heard screaming.
All right. And, sir, what did you do when you heard this screaming?
Well, initially, we didn't really know exactly what was going on until we heard more screaming and another crash, and that's when I turned around and saw what I saw.
All right. And so you heard some screaming, and so when you turned around, sir, what did you see?
I saw a woman stabbing a mother and child. I saw the knife covered in blood. I saw violent motions towards a mother and her child.
And, sir, upon observing that, what did you do?
Well, I was kind of in shock at, the first moment of it. And as the act was completed and this person started walking towards me, I got back into my vehicle with my wife, and I instructed her to call 911.
You saw the actual stabbing?
Yes.
All right. And so, were you able to see the knife?
Yes.
All right. And can you tell us how many times that you observed her stabbing, or who she was stabbing?
It was 2 or 3 times. I don't recollect exactly where those locations were on these individuals. I just saw the motion and saw the blood and the knife as it was happening. Okay. My eyes were more drawn to the knife than anything else.
Okay. And when you followed her, did you have an opportunity to observe this person walking away?
Yes.
All right. Was she talking to anybody?
No.
How would you describe her walking away?
Like she was walking in the park.
And
swinging the knife like she was almost just knew exactly what was going to happen.
All right. And so when the police arrived, were you still standing behind her?
Yes.
And what did you observe her to do?
The police pulled up and, drew weapons on her, and she just dropped the knife, and she didn't fight or resist at all. The police just got her on her knees and then down to her stomach and put her in handcuffs and detained her. Actually, I don't remember even handcuffs being put on her at that point, but they had detained her, and at that point, once I realized that she was no longer a threat to anybody else, that's when I turned back to try and assist those who were injured.
Okay, so did you get back in your car?
Yes.
And where did you then go?
I parked just outside of the aisle that this occurred, and I got out to go help, and as I got out, I realized that I had actually blocked the entrance for the ambulance, so I sprinted back to my vehicle so that I could make way for the ambulance to come in, and I went back to the original scene.
Okay. And when you went back, sir, what did you find? What did you observe?
There was a small boy who had been badly injured. There was a female on top of him giving CPR. There was what appeared to be his mother, who was also injured but not severely, and was just begging. She kept asking.
All right, we're just getting word that Bionca Ellis has been brought into the courtroom, so that means that the jury won't be far behind. This is a live look at the deputies just having escorted her in, getting her all seated and ready to go for her trial. She has excellent counsel, I'll tell you that. She's in really, really great hands for this very serious trial that could result in her being locked up in a prison for the rest of her life, or potentially a mental health institution for the foreseeable future. This all depends on what the jury finds regarding her mental state at the time. I want to bring in our legal analyst guest, attorney Matt Mangino. Matt, I want to go through a really helpful conversation. We're going to kind of go into professor mode here because I think this is important, and I know our courties are going to appreciate this. What I see a lot of, and I'm sure you do too, is the confusing and the conflating of sanity and competency, and how they're very different standards, very different inquiries. And so when we're looking at someone's sanity, we go backwards, don't we? Backwards to the time of the incident. Would you talk to us a little bit about the differences in determining that versus a competency inquiry, which is here and now?
Well, yes, Julie, the difference between competency and insanity are 2 points in time. Competency is the ability to actively participate in your defense, to understand what the charges are against you, what you're facing, the penalties that you're facing. That's at the time of trial. Insanity is at the time of the offense. Were you suffering from some severe mental defect that made it impossible for you to understand the difference between right and wrong? And what we've determined here, or the court has, is that she is competent. She does understand. She can participate in her defense so the trial can begin. Now we're going to look back at the time of the offense. Was she able to understand and appreciate the wrongfulness of her act? Could she appreciate the difference between right and wrong when she carried out these fatal stabbings and the injury to the mother?
Exactly. A great legal lesson. Matt Mangino, thank you kindly for that. We've got the next witness up. So this is witness number 14. He's a police sergeant, and we're going to hear from him on the other side of this break. We thank you for being with us on this Wednesday morning for Court TV Live.
I moved. And she stabbed him in the side of his face. And then she stabbed me.
Take a minute. I'm going to ask a question.
Oh, my. Margot Wood had to have felt so helpless on that dreadful day when she was attacked in a grocery store parking lot. Defendant Bionca Ellis is the accused here. The state is saying that she knew what she was doing was wrong on the day that she stabbed Julian and Margot. The defense is saying that she did not know and could not appreciate the wrongfulness of her actions. Let's go back into court. We've got a new witness up. He's a police sergeant.
And when you're talking about this female, does this female, in fact, match the description that was given over the radio broadcast?
That is correct.
Okay. And how long after observing the defendant drop the knife did you observe her on the ground?
Shortly after she dropped the knife, she obeyed verbal commands from the officers. At that point in time, she listened to put her hands behind her back. I was one of the officers that helped assist with handcuffing her with her hands behind her back.
Okay, let me stop you there. I just want to walk through that. So you were present to hear other officers give commands to the defendant.
Correct.
All right. And based on hearing those commands, what was your observation of the defendant after those commands were given?
She obeyed the commands, which means she was listening to what we said and complied.
At any point, did the defendant speak to anybody on scene while you were there?
Not while I was there.
Did you see her mouthing any words?
I did not see that.
Okay. Talk to us about the handcuffing. How did that piece of the process go?
With the knife that was dropped still within close proximity, he had her prone out, so laying on her stomach. Gave verbal commands to put her hands behind her back. Once we had enough officers to do so, we moved in to effect the arrest.
Now, you at this point are a law enforcement officer for 6 years, right? It was in last June, thereabouts. And in your career, have you encountered individuals who were alleged to have committed a crime with a weapon?
Yes.
Okay. And when you come upon an individual that may be armed or had a weapon, is it protocol for you to have that individual lay on the ground?
Yes.
Okay, and why is that?
Officer safety being the number one reason. We are unsure what they may or may not have on their person. In order to effect arrest safely for the officers responding, we've given verbal commands to lay down, prone out, so we can safely effect that arrest.
Okay, and was that protocol followed in this instance?
Yes.
Okay. Once the defendant is detained and arrested, handcuffed on the ground as you described, what is the next step?
At that point in time when she was handcuffed, Detective Butcher and I put her into the immediate recovery position, had her sit up, and we escorted her to my cruiser at that point in time, which would be 5228.
All right, and how do you determine which officer is going to convey the suspect to the station?
Given the circumstances that day, I took the defendant and put her into my vehicle so the other officers can respond to victims in the given area.
Very good. And when you are at the scene and dealing with the defendant, are you wearing a wearable camera system on your person?
I am.
Okay. And if I were to show you footage from that wearable camera system today in court, can we talk about it together?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I'm showing this witness supposed to be marked as case exhibit 207.
Thank you.
And Sergeant, I believe the first 30 seconds of the video, there will be no audio. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I just played 6 seconds of this video so far. Is there any identifiable marker in this small clip?
I'm going to pause for a minute. Is the camera in your way? Yeah. Just slide back. Is that better? All right, back on the record. Your question again?
Sergeant, can you identify your cruiser and what's depicted on the screen right now?
That's a standard North Olmsted police cruiser that we use in day-to-day operations. And you can see the north in that given frozen image on the car door there.
Is this the car that you drove on June 3rd, 2024?
That is correct.
Okay. Resuming play at 6 seconds. Now you are wearing this wearable camera system, correct?
That's correct, yep.
So we're not going to see you on this video, right? What's happening here at the 29-second mark?
At this point in time, after the defendant was taken into custody, I transported her back to North Olmsted Police Department to...
Oh, sorry.
Just repeat, I'm sorry.
You conveyed her back to North Olmsted Police Department and I cut you off?
That's correct. At that point in time, had her exit this vehicle, is what you're going to see right now, and I walked her into the side door into the secure facility.
Now, how long was that drive from Giant Eagle to North Olmsted, please?
Approximately 30 to 60 seconds.
Short drive.
Correct.
Although during that drive, was any conversation had between you and this defendant?
Not that I recall, no.
Any notable behaviors that you remember on behalf of the defendant during that short drive?
No.
And how is she secured in the back of your cruiser?
So she's currently handcuffed with her hands behind her back, and she was placed in that cruiser for that short distance to the North Olmsted Police Department.
Does she have a seatbelt on?
Not at this time, no.
Resuming play at 30 seconds. This is where the audio picks up. Okay. You turn the volume up a touch. Were you able to hear yourself? Your voice?
Yes.
Okay. So, Sergeant, this in fact is your body cam from June 3rd, 2024.
Yes.
Okay. You can press play at 35 seconds.
Hey, can you just stay? Can you stay for an hour?
Who were you talking to, Sergeant, when you say?
At that point in time, I believe from that image would be our corrections officer. He was scheduled to be off at that given time. I requested him to stay due to the circumstance.
Resuming play at 45 seconds.
Hey, Hope the veteran. I'm going to head over to the video.
We're going to step aside from this sergeant's testimony, hit our break. We'll be back with more continuing coverage of the stabbing case of little Julian Wood.
You dream about moments like this. My goodness.
The fastest female track and field stars compete in a one-night-only event. Atlas NYC 2025, live from New York City, Friday at 7. It's on Ion.
A wife accused of murdering her prominent attorney husband, and the defense involves blaming her own sons?
Victim to verdict with Ted Rollins. New episode Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
We have breaking news to share with you now out of Wisconsin in the case against defendant Taylor Schabusiness. She's the infamous inmate who's known for her violent attacks. Some of them we've seen in the courtroom. She is a convicted killer, and she was set to be in court today for a motions hearing over a case where she allegedly attacked a prison guard and a prison nurse. And the motions hearing was going to be regarding whether she would be shackled during the upcoming trial. But in somewhat of a surprise move, we're getting word that this case has just been disposed of. That's right, Taylor Schabusiness has pleaded no contest, and there's been an amendment to the charges. It's been amended to disorderly conduct, so she pleaded no contest to disorderly conduct. The judge accepted that plea, and her sentencing is set for a month from now. It's set for, a little over a month. I'm getting word it's been set for December the 1st. Now, we are waiting to bring you the video footage from this hearing. So we have it filmed. We're standing by for this to come in into our system. Then we're going to play it for you. It was a pretty quick hearing, but we understand December the 1st will be the date that the sentence is imposed, as she's pleaded no contest to disorderly conduct. All right, no trial for Ms. Schabusiness. Wow, let's bring in our legal analyst guest to get his reaction. Retired district attorney and practicing criminal defense attorney in the private sector, Matt Mangino, with us. Matt, what do you think? We thought this was going to be a battle over the shackles, and we got a little bit of a plea here, a no contest plea, but a plea nonetheless. Your thoughts?
Well, yes, I mean, I can see a plea in this situation. You know, she has life without parole. She's a very dangerous person. We saw her act out in court. We now know that she's acting out in prison, and this is going to continue. And this is one of the questions, Julie, about the death penalty. What do you do with an individual who is just going to, for the rest of their life, while incarcerated, attack people, do harmful things to people? You know, she committed a very heinous crime to begin with. You know, where does this end? And she has life without parole, but she's going to continue to act out throughout her time while she's in prison.
Yes, that's a great point, Matt, because we hear the expression that someone is a menace to society, and this woman definitely was while she was out walking free in society. Now she's a menace in the prison system. She really is. She's a problem. She's a danger to the guards, fellow inmates, her lawyers when they encounter her. She's a problem. And you're right, this is not a state that has the death penalty. Wisconsin doesn't have it. It wasn't on the table. As you noted, she's locked up for life. But, you know, a danger in lockup. I mean, she really is. And so I guess in the grand scheme of things, these charges wouldn't have changed anything for her situation. So perhaps everyone thought this is just better to dispose of this case, get her back in a place where we can continue to monitor her and not keep transporting her to court to fight this. So here we have it set for December the 1st, and we're going to work to get this video in so you can see her in this court appearance. Again, about 10 to 15 minute appearance. Matt Mangino, thank you for weighing in on that. No trial coming up for Taylor Schabusiness. That is the big news this morning. Wow. Here's what we'll do now. We'll switch gears while we wait for that video from Wisconsin and take you back to Ohio, where we've got a police sergeant on the stand, and he's showing the jury body camera footage from that day when he was part of the arrest of defendant Bionca Ellis.
Video of this room to see. At this given time, I believe she's placed into the booking cage. At that point in time, I speak to the other officers and correctional officer at this time.
All right, there's going to be play at 146.
Hey, I need your favor for me. Her
first just kind of goes in this channel. Can you just come down here and observe? That's all you did.
Sergeant, who are you talking to on the radio there or on the phone?
I believe that would be Officer Shook.
Okay. Is that officer male or female?
Female.
Okay. Was there a reason that you wanted, or did you want specifically a female officer to become involved at any point?
When practical, the female, I would like to have a female and female, yes.
Resuming at 210.
Oh, yeah, someone actually felt like come pat her down when he actually put her. We patted her down once already, but the female officer do her in depth and have her come down. And if you could just sit here and observe, that would be wonderful until I get people cleared up. Thank you. Bye.
Okay. So, Sergeant, we've watched that clip of your body cam. Obviously, we can all see the defendant depicted on the screen, right?
Correct.
But you were there in person. Did you have the occasion to observe Bionca Ellis during this time frame that we've just discussed?
Yes.
And what were your observations of her behavior?
Prior to entering the jail facility, again, she was given commands to turn and face the wall so I could secure my weapon, which she did. She was placed into the booking cage without incident. At that point in time, I walk out of the jail from here to speak to, I believe, the corrections officer, Officer Shook, and Officer Felton to get a game plan as how we were going to collect further evidence and change her out.
Okay. So for that part of the process, for a female defendant, you want to have a female officer help you?
Yeah, one practical, absolutely.
All right. And Officer Felton, is that a female officer?
Correct.
Okay. And did you ask her then to help you with the next step of the process?
I did.
All right. And I want to get back to the booking sheet, with the booking process. Okay. Are you familiar with the protocol and process that North Olmsted Police Department utilizes to keep records of inmates?
I am.
Okay. And what type of information is typically on booking sheets at North Olmsted Police?
From their general information, including their name, date of birth, social security, last known address, at times emergency contacts if they provide one, medical property that they may or may not come in with.
Okay. And had you personally, prior to June 3rd, dealt with or encountered this defendant?
No.
Okay. But as a custodian and member of the law enforcement agency of North Olmsted, you would have access to all booking information for any inmate that comes through the doors. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay. So what I'd like to do now is talk about State's Exhibit 226.
All right, so there's the testimony from that police sergeant on that day, and this is going to her behavior, right? Because the behavior could be indicative of her mental state. Let's talk about the viability of this defense of not guilty by reason of insanity. Let's bring in attorney Matt Mangino for some thoughts on that. Matt, what do you think? How viable do you think this defense is for this jury on these facts?
Well, I think it's a viable defense because it appears she has some history of mental illness, and her conduct is so outrageous, so bizarre that it may lend itself to that type of defense. One of the things that I thought was interesting, Julie, was the eyewitness who testified before the officer, who said that after the stabbing, she just walked away like she was walking in the park, just sort of swinging the knife. And to me, that's indicative of somebody who maybe didn't realize the wrongfulness of what she just did. And I think it lends itself to this defense, on behalf of Bionca Ellis.
That's a great point, Matt. Boy, really appreciate that as we continue digging in on this case. Thank you so much for your insight and analysis. We'll hit a break. When we come back, more coverage straight ahead for you here on Court TV Live. And of course, I want to keep the focus on the victim. Let's look at little Julian Wood, this precious little guy. Loved the color green. He loved dinosaurs. and we're certainly not forgetting about him. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ted Rowlands. Good to be with you on a Wednesday as we work through another busy week. We're in Ohio this morning for the Toddler Stabbed murder case. Bionca Ellis, accused of stabbing a mother and her child in a seemingly random attack outside of a grocery store last year. Prosecutors say Ellis fatally stabbed 3-year-old Julian Wood in the face and then stabbed his mother, Margot Wood, after she tried to intervene. The defense doesn't deny that Ellis committed the murder, but says she was legally insane at the time of the stabbing. Before we go back into the court, here is Court TV anchor Julie Grant with more on the case against Bionca Ellis.
I'm at North Olmsted, Ohio, Giant Eagle. Someone just stabbed a kid and a lady in the parking lot.
Chaos breaks out in the parking lot of a Giant Eagle grocery store just outside of Cleveland, Ohio on June 3rd, 2024.
There was a child. He's bleeding all over the place. We're at North Olmsted, Giant Eagle.
Margot Wood was shopping with her 3-year-old son, Julian, when they were attacked by a knife-wielding stranger.
The young child suffered 2 stab wounds, one to the face and one to the back, and then she suffered one to her shoulder area.
Julian died of his injuries, but his mother, Margot, survived.
I need a car to go help the kid. He's in the first couple aisles.
Where's your cuffs? Get cuffs? Who's got cuffs?
33-year-old Bionca Ellis was arrested on the edge of the parking lot where the stabbings happened. A long blade knife was found on the ground near where she was cuffed.
Did she say anything?
No, I didn't hear anything. I had my windows down. I didn't hear anything. All I heard was just screaming, and the lady grabbed her child up out the cart, and that's when it fell over, and they collapsed over here, and the lady just continued to walk off.
Police say Bionca Ellis stole a knife from a nearby thrift store. Surveillance video shows Ellis walking into the grocery store with the knife in plain view.
It was very, very upsetting that someone would do that to a child and their mother.
As Margot Wood swerved her grocery cart to avoid running into Bionca Ellis, Ellis turned around to follow Margot and Julian out of the store, the whole time swinging the knife by her side.
As a mother, I cannot even begin to fathom the sense of loss that this family is going through.
Ellis is facing multiple charges, including murder, attempted murder, and felonious assault.
Have you received and read your indictment?
I don't know.
You don't know if you've received it?
She was found competent to stand trial after her defense team requested a mental health evaluation. This after her behavior in the courtroom raised questions about her ability to assist in her own defense. For the family of Julian Wood, they'll never get over the loss of their child.
She took everything from us. There's nothing that could ever replace my son.
Now let's go back into the courtroom now where the jury is hearing from an arresting officer. All right, a little delay there as the attorney provides the paperwork to all of the parties in the courtroom. This is one of the responding officers at the time on the stand. What a case this is.
Yes.
All right, let's go back in. Sounds like they're ready to go.
For you with the marked States Exhibit 226 and 227. I want to ask you just to take a good look at those. Let me know if you recognize what I placed before
Are you familiar with those?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. For the record, what's 226 for me that you recognize?
226 would be Bionca Ellis's arrest on, looks like 6/3/2024, the day of the incident.
And then on 227?
It would also be an arrest for Bionca Ellis on 5/29/2024.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Thank you. So, Sergeant, we're actually going to start talking about 227 briefly. Put up on the screen too, for you to see. Is there a booking number associated with this document?
There is.
Okay, and where is that located?
Towards the upper right corner, a little bit lower, not the incident number.
And what is that number associated with this document?
The incident number would be typically the report number that is assigned.
Oh, you're talking about the incident number?
Correct.
Yeah, it sounded like you were asking him to define that, but you really wanted the booking number?
What is the main number that it identifies this document?
So the incident number would go with the report. The booking number keeps track of the arrest in our jail system.
All right. Well, for our purposes, let's talk about what is the incident number associated with State's Exhibit 227.
The incident number, based on what this arrest screen says, is probation violation, and then there looks like there is an additional charge for non-payment.
Okay. Upper right-hand corner incident number, what is that number?
That would be, like I said, the report number.
Okay, can you read the number for us?
24-22059.
All right. And is there a date anywhere on this document?
If you go to the front cover sheet that you're on, and you go all the way to the left.
Okay.
You can scroll over to the left, it will say date and time.
All right. And is that date and time reflective of when the inmate or defendant is encountered or when they're brought to the station?
I believe it should be when they are brought into the North Olmsted Police Department jail.
Okay. What is the date then on this document?
That would be 5/29/2024.
All right. And you personally were not involved with dealing with the defendant on that particular day?
That is correct.
All right. What other types of information is included in the booking sheets at North Olmsted?
On the front cover is general information where she was arrested, where the incident occurred. That 24801 Brook Park Road is where the incident occurred, which in the city of North Olmsted, that would be Walmart. And then the charges that she's being charged with in our facility.
How about on page 2 of that document? What is important there?
Page 2 is the property sheet, what she comes into the NOP jail with. And then when they signed to leave, they signed for their property again, confirming that they received their property.
What can you tell from this document what property was brought in with Ms. Ellis on May 29, 2024?
Yeah, so he doesn't have knowledge of it. He's just reading the document. He doesn't have firsthand of it. So I'm going to sustain, and I'll let you ask another question.
Thank you, Judge.
Sure.
All right. Sergeant, I'm just going to move to the end of this document, pages, the last few pages. Do you see at the top of the screen and at your the document you have, is there a mental health assessment within this document?
This sheet does the medical questions, so it says mental and physical evaluation form.
Okay.
We would ask the subject who comes into our jail facility these questions.
All right. And why is that important for your agency to do that?
Because we are responsible for their well-being, any meds they may or may not need, if they're allergic to anything, if they have health insurance, for example, if they're under the influence, it could be a variety of reasons.
Okay. So does somebody in your agency ask these questions of each and every inmate that comes through the police station doors?
Correct.
Right. And can you see from this booking sheet whether that was done here on May 29th with Bionca Ellis?
Based on this booking sheet, it appears that she was asked questions because there are things that are filled in.
Okay. So let's move on to June 3rd, when you do encounter her personally, right?
Yes.
Putting up State's Exhibit 226. Can you look at that document with me?
Yes.
Okay. And on this document, is there an incident number associated with this document?
Yes.
Okay, what's that number?
B24-22854.
All right. And can you tell where this incident occurred?
It says 27264 Lorraine Road in the city of North Olmsted.
And is there a timestamp associated with that?
This is 6/3/2024 at 15:04.
All right. And are you personally involved with asking this particular defendant those mental and physical health questions that we just talked about?
At this time, no.
Okay. Do you know, are you responsible for documenting this particular set of papers that are corresponding with this defendant?
I see your parties at sidebar. Thanks.
All right, sidebar there. Let's bring in Josh Schiffer. He's in Atlanta, Georgia, criminal defense attorney. This case is just it's horrible. You watch that video, and you know, there's nobody does anything. She's so nonchalant with the knife. It's not like, it's just walking around with it. I wonder how many people actually saw her. But let's talk about the mental health issue. She's on medication now, deemed competent to stand trial. The question, though, is what was her competency at the time, and how do you really get that information to a jury that's accurate?
Yeah, and how do you prove something that's so effusive and almost invisible? Schizophrenia, which we have a very clear diagnosis of. There aren't big questions about whether she has a diagnosis or how treatment has affected her. She's been well treated, and as some of the information has come out, she's a completely different person when she's not medicated. And her mom had lost track of her for a period of months immediately before this incident. The incident, from all of the testimony so far shows these are the acts of someone clearly disturbed. No one who is acting normally or in a healthy manner does things like this, and that nonchalantness, that's the red flag for pervasive, chronic, and severe mental illness. You literally are looking at someone doing something that no other human could do.
You have a 3-year-old who's dead. So for a jury and members of the jury, just like people watching this, it's infuriating. It is disgusting, and it's heartbreaking. How does it play into this? And is there a proper, within our legal system as it stands, is this sort of a square peg round hole thing in that we're trying to get this adjudicated the proper way like we do everything else? There's just something off here. And what do you think at the end of the day is going to happen?
You're dancing around the toughest part, my friend, which is that we really have a tough time dealing with mental health issues. There's a crime. This is a crime beyond, even somebody as good as Franz Borchardt can't walk you for stabbing a little baby to death on video and walking away. They've got her on video picking out the knives, testing them against cement walls to make sure that they're the right knife. There's no question about the horribleness of the actions. So the question for the jury then becomes, can our system, can you as a jury hold this person responsible given the mental health that we all acknowledge? And our system has a variety of different pathways to try to deal with this, to try to let jurors sleep well at night. But this is a hard choice. If you believe that she was incompetent at the time of this crime, there's a lot of reason for you to acquit, because she can't be held legally responsible for actions taken when she was incompetent. Now, the state has made her competent. She has an extensive history of good treatment and being a great person when she's getting her medicine. But why do we lock that person up for the rest of their life when they're getting medicine? Is that the most efficient way of dealing with this health issue, or is that more cruel and unusual punishment, given that she responds so well to medication but she did commit this unbelievably indefensible violent act.
Yeah. As a society, we don't want her walking around. Just take your medicine, you'll be all right. No, she killed a 3-year-old. And
my 14-year-old, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, my 14-year-old walks to a bus stop every day. This is the kind of random violence that is truly terrifying, because it doesn't matter how prepared and trained, and you've got a gun and you put locks on and you avoid that. No, you're at a grocery store.
Yeah.
You know, almost everybody goes to a grocery store, and this is absolute random, unprepared. That's the terrifying part. You can't stop this kind of crime because there are millions of people successfully medicated right day, any one of whom could have a cessation for some reason and lose the ability to regulate themselves and then commit horrific crimes they know that they didn't want to commit, and it's only their mental illness that brings them to that juncture, and that's terrifying for them.
Did she know what she was doing was wrong as the bar, and that is for a layperson that got a notice in the mail, jury service, now they have to make that very difficult decision. Let's get a break. When we come back, we'll go back in for the cross-examination of this responding officer. Stay with us.
I'm Vinny Politan. Welcome to Closing Arguments.
What's happening here?
It's unreal. Let me show you exactly what happened.
Closing Arguments with Vinny Politan, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
A wife accused of murdering her prominent attorney husband, and the defense involves blaming her own sons?
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rollins. New episode Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
My
I saw her coming, walking towards us, and I noticed she had a knife in her hand. She stabbed the back of a trunk of a car, and I got scared. But when I was pushing the car back, it fell over. And then she came at me. I moved. And she stabbed him in the side of his face. And then she stabbed me.
That's Margot Wood recalling the terrifying moment that Bionca Ellis began stabbing her and her 3-year-old son in the parking lot of that grocery store. Julian Wood ended up dying from his injuries, and now Ellis faces life in prison without parole for his death and the attempted murder of his mother. The defense says this is all about mental illness, that she suffers from schizophrenia and was insane at the time of the stabbing. Let's go back into the courtroom now. The arresting officer is now answering questions on cross-examination.
So this is the document that you filled out, correct?
Which document is that?
That State's Exhibit 226, incident number ending in 854, date of incident is 6/3/2024.
The cover sheet, which would be the first page of this document, would have been filled out by me to show that Bionca Ellis was in our custody in our jail facility.
Moving on to the second page where the questionnaire is the inmate conscious. Who answered that question?
That is the third page. She was not asked these questions by me at this time.
Who was there? Do you know?
When she was brought into our custody, she was moved directly eventually to a cell. So she didn't get a chance to get these questions answered. The corrections officer, I would assume, would have asked these questions.
So when it comes to question number 3, who would have answered that question?
Whoever went through the medical questions with her.
Can you read it out loud, number 3?
Is the inmate's conduct, appearance, and mental health status normal?
What was the answer to that?
It says no.
When you look at question number 9, read that one out.
Does the inmate appear to be under the influence of alcohol or drugs?
What was the answer?
No.
Can you go to question number 12?
Does the inmate's behavior suggest risk of assault to staff or other inmates?
What was the answer?
No.
Can you go to 17?
Have you recently been hospitalized or recently seen a medical or a psychiatric doctor for any mental health condition or illness?
What was the answer to that one?
No.
Now I'm going to go back to State's Exhibit 227. Those same questions were asked and answered, correct? During the booking process?
Would that be page 3 of 227 if you want to?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good. And your question of this witness?
If you go to question number 17, can you read that one out loud?
Question 17 is what you said?
Yes.
Have you recently been hospitalized or recently seen a medical or psychiatric doctor for any mental health condition or illness?
What was the answer to that question?
Condition a couple days ago. Swell feet. Yes.
Yes. Can you go back to number 3?
What would you like him to do with number 3?
Read number 3, please.
Is the inmate's conduct, appearance, and mental health status normal?
What was the answer?
No.
So, based on the nature of this question, this seems like an observation as opposed to a question for inmate. Is that fair to say?
No.
No?
Some, as far as like number 1, where it says, is the inmate conscious? I would fill that in.
So when you go up when you look at number 3, is the inmate's conduct, appearance, or mental health status normal? Is that something you ask an inmate, or is it something you observe?
That is correct.
It's something you observe, correct?
Correct.
So that's something someone in your police department will know, correct?
Correct.
And when you go to state exhibit number 226, number 3, same question was answered. That's an observation. Is that fair to say, Sergeant?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any redirect of this witness on those questions? Sure.
Sergeant, fair to say that this evaluation form is part observation by the officers, part questions for the inmate to answer?
That is correct.
Okay. And you were asked about number 17 in Exhibit 227. Do you recall that?
Correct, yep.
In State's Exhibit
He has 227.
you were asked about question 17 on that document,
Yes.
and the answer was swollen or swelled feet.
That's correct.
See that noted there? Would that information have come from the inmate on that day?
Yes.
Okay. So that is a question, not an observation. Is that accurate, that item 17?
Correct.
Okay. And you were asked about number 3 on State's Exhibit 227.
Yes.
Is the inmate's conduct, appearance, and mental health status normal? No. Would that have, you were not associated with that arrest, correct?
That is correct.
And that is an entirely distinct day from June 3rd, correct? May 29th?
Could you repeat it again?
May 29th. The incident from May 29th associated with this document is a distinct day from June 3rd. Different day.
Yes.
Okay. And you were not involved with encountering Bionca Ellis on May 29th, right?
That's correct.
And on June 3rd, when the question asks, is the inmate's conduct, appearance, and mental health status normal? The answer again is no. And that would have been an observation of her made by law enforcement at your station. Is that right? That's not a question she would answer. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then one final thing. The first question, is the inmate conscious? What does conscious mean to you as a law enforcement officer? What are you looking for when you're answering number 1?
Alert, speaking, breathing, along those lines.
They don't have to be doing all those things. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Could they be sleeping and be conscious for the purposes of this form? If they're breathing?
I think you'd be breathing while sleeping.
All right, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, thank you. You may step down. Thank you.
Josh Schiffer's still with us. We'll hit him before we get a break. Is this going to be the battle of the experts scenario, a case like this? Because everything that we're hearing so far, depending on the lens that you're watching it through, it's tough to really get anything solid.
Yeah, no, that's the dog that's going to hunt in this case, which is we're going to listen to a bunch of medical experts who are fantastic, highly trained, highly compensated. They testify on similar lines all the time and really spend a lot of their career focused on these unbelievably complex mental health determinations. And they love to appear in front of a jury and go, hey, I'm just telling you what the science is, and I'm just telling you my professional experience, even though every viewer of trials knows that there's an inherent bias in every single paid expert that ever testifies. And that makes it hard for anybody to prove something beyond a reasonable doubt or satisfy the highest thresholds. That's why battle of experts very often mean no clear answers or a harder journey towards justice. I think the defense has a lot of good stuff to work with because of the plain openness and the severity of the mental health condition at the time of this just senseless, horrifying, terrifying murder of a little baby. And that's why this is such a hard case. The hardest cases have horrible facts and applying the law to them, but then doing something that doesn't match public expectations, that's the kind of case that people struggle with. Because imagine the headline, admitted killer, acknowledged killer of baby gets sent to hospital instead of prison. And there's gonna be this chunk of society that says, no, I don't believe in mental health defenses. If you murder someone, it doesn't matter what's going on upstairs. You can be totally whatever, doesn't matter, go to prison. And that's the mentality that you fight in a lot of the nation. And I'm
well,
not
with the
saying
jury
it's
too,
wrong.
with the jury, a jury member is going to be very reluctant to say not guilty by reason of insanity. The idea of not guilty with this woman doesn't compute. She's guilty.
Ask. It's a big ask. And really, you've got 12 people who are going to say, all right, I hold justice in my hands. There's this famous bird story that a famous lawyer just passed, Jerry Spence, used to tell, where the bird is justice and it's in your hand, and you get to decide what to do with it as a juror. And you can crush that bird and kill it and destroy justice if you want, because you're that juror. Or you can let that bird fly and ensure that justice is out there. But it's your decision as a juror. And here you've got a woman who really, I haven't heard anything to the contrary, murdered a 3-year-old. That's really hard to say, to go home and go, wow, yeah, and that's why we sent her to a hospital. Or is that the absolute easiest decision? Yeah, we sent her to a hospital. She stabbed a baby.
Yeah, got to put that bird in some sort of cage with some help, because this is a worst case scenario if you're a juror in this case.
I don't know.
Complete nightmare. All right, let's get a break. When we come back, patrol officer is next up to tell the jury what he or she witnessed. We'll find out what that individual has to say next. Stay with us. Back to Ohio in just a minute. First, here's a quick look at some of the other cases we are tracking today here at Court TV. In Wisconsin, the state's case continues for a teen accused of killing a young woman who got caught in his gun's crossfire while taking out the trash. And just down the hall at the same courthouse, Taylor Schabusiness back in court today, where the convicted murderer pled no contest to an attack on a prison guard. We'll be watching that momentarily. And in California, the man accused of crashing into 4 Pepperdine University students along PCH, the Pacific Coast Highway, back in court today as a pre-trial conference. We'll keep you updated on all these trials throughout the day, but for now, let's head back to Ohio for more testimony in the Toddler Stabbed murder trial for Bionca Ellis. The state's next witness is now on the stand. This is a patrol officer who helped book Ellis into the jail after her arrest.
There come a time on that particular day that you were directed to the police station.
At the end of the day, on that particular day, I left the middle school about 2:45, something around there, not exactly sure what time, which is what I normally do. Went back to the police station because I have a car that I take back to the police station and at the end of my day go home. I heard over the radio that there was a situation where there was a stabbing at Giant Eagle, and that the female was the one, the suspect was in custody. I know that at that particular time that I was the only female officer that was available. So knowing that, knowing the circumstances of what was happening, and that they were bringing, because I heard over the radio that they were bringing her back into the jail, that they would definitely need my services there to do a pat-down search, you know, because I'm a female officer, to make sure that I can take whatever actions I need that they needed help with.
Okay, so have you had to deal with other inmates before and help pat down female inmates?
Not in North Olmsted, no.
Okay. But in your career, you have?
Correct. I was a corrections officer for 8.5 years.
Right. And so are there certain things that you are looking for specifically when you're patting down a female?
Yeah, like making sure that there's no weapons or guns, knives, making sure that whatever their clothing attire that they're wearing, that they can't harm themselves or harm other people. And that's basically.
So slowing it down a little bit. Okay, so you're looking for weapons, right?
Correct.
Patting them down. All right, so you think you're going to go on along with your day, go home, but then this radio call comes in.
Correct.
Is that right? Okay, so you stay and wait for the defendant to arrive? Is that fair to say?
I would say yes. About the same time we came in.
Okay.
We're very close. So I was coming in, and she was actually coming into, they were bringing her into the booking area, I guess you could call it.
Okay. And when she comes in to be booked, what is your first observation?
My first observation with her was that she was very angry. She was kind of like pacing inside the cage area a little bit. It's not a very big area to begin with. She just seemed very angry.
All right, and when you're encountering an angry person like that, what types of things are you on the lookout for when you're going to go pat them down?
Well, initially is what restraints are available for that pat-down search. So I spoke to another officer there, a sergeant, and then there's a corrections officer there about what restraints are available there, because I didn't feel that it was going to be something that she would comply with once I gave her those instructions. So we had a conversation about what restraints were available, because this is my first experience in North Olmsted in this capacity. So I don't know I would say the normal or the procedures that they would normally do for that, but just that I was prepared just so that nobody would, including herself, would be hurt or injured.
And in your training as a threat, on the threat assessment team that you just talked to us about, did you use those tools that you use on that team when evaluating this defendant?
I would say, I guess so, to some degree. I've been in law enforcement for 35 years. So I look at the situation and the totality of it, basically dealing with people, for that long of time in that capacity. You get to learn body language. You get to learn, how they're going to be, if they're going to be compliant or not, if they ignore you. Just based on when she came in there, she was very angry. And she kind of turned around, and when I said something to her, as if kind of like putting her back to me to some
I'm going to
degree.
have you stop. You want to ask a question?
All right. Officer, let's go to the booking room at North Olmsted. If I put up on the screen a video from that area, would you be able to talk about it with us?
Okay.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So this is marked as State's Exhibit 206. And I don't think there's any audio at all. Let's start at the very beginning. Officer, do you recognize what I put up on the screen?
I do.
Okay, and what is that?
That would be like the booking area for the North Olmsted Police Department jail.
Okay.
All right, let's get a break. When we come back, we'll watch that together as we continue our coverage. Out of the state of Ohio, Bionca Ellis charged with murder. Is she insane or a killer? Stay with us.
This week,
We're spotlighting the biggest cases that are trending in true crime. Plus, we're being a voice for victims as October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month.
opening statements with Julie Grant. Mornings at 8/7 Central on Court TV.
A wife accused of murdering her prominent attorney husband, and the defense involves blaming her own sons?
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rollins. New episodes Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
Back to Ohio now, where it is day 3 in the murder trial for defendant Bionca Ellis. Prosecutors say that she followed victim Margot Wood and her 3-year-old Julian out of a grocery store in North Olmsted, Ohio, and attacked them in a parking lot. Julian suffered fatal stab wounds while his mother was injured. She did survive, testified at trial. It's hard, yeah, but she did it, obviously. This is not a case of whodunit. She's guilty of taking the life of a 3-year-old. Now, what to do with her, that's up to the jury. Let's go back into the courtroom now. We're about to see some surveillance video of the defendant being booked into the North Olmsted jail.
Pressing play. Stopping at 3 seconds. Who is on the screen?
That is looks like the defendant.
Just a couple things. What's the exhibit 206?
Yes.
Very good. And how long is 206?
It is 19 minutes in total, Your Honor. I'm not playing more than a minute and a half.
Thanks so much. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, from this perspective, officer, who do you see on the screen?
The defendant and the corrections officer that was on duty that day.
And do you recognize the defendant in the courtroom today?
I do.
Okay, I'll note the stipulation from Mr. Mack that Ms. Ellis would be recognized and identified by this witness. Thank you.
Continue play 6 seconds. Now, officer, is this before or after you pat Ms. Ellis down?
This is before.
Okay. So you had not yet encountered her?
No.
Okay. And where do you pat down inmates at North Olmsted?
For myself, this is the first one I've done in this situation since I've been in North Olmsted. So I chose once you get out of this room, there's a small, you can see on the camera, there's a small hallway there, and the cells are on your right.
Okay.
So we went into the cell area, and once we were in that area, that's when I did the pat-down search in there.
All right. I'm going to let that play while I just ask you a couple questions about that. When you bring the defendant back into that area you just described, do you have any conversation with her?
I did.
Okay. Can you tell us about that?
I explained to her that I was going to be taking her items of clothing from her.
I'm going to stop for just a minute. So either you're going to pause or move or talk, because I have some jurors watching and not paying attention.
Understood.
So.
I'll stop the video.
Thank you.
Please tell us about the conversation that you had with the defendant.
I explained to her that I was going to be taking her clothing and that I was going to, pat her down. I asked her if she had any guns, weapons, or knives on her. She didn't verbally say anything to me at that point. All she did was look at me like she was very angry. And she's handcuffed at this time, too, as well.
All right. So did she make any indication to you that were responsive to the questions that you asked?
No, not verbally at that point. She did comply with walking into that room as I had directed her to.
Okay.
She seemed, in my opinion, like she understood because she did what I told her to do.
Okay. We'll jump ahead to about 3 minutes here. Okay. 3 minutes on the screen, officer. Do you see yourself in this video?
I do.
Okay. And where are you located in this video?
Right in front of the desk.
And who are you talking to?
A sergeant.
And you have gloves on, yes?
Correct.
Why is it important to have gloves?
Because of the evidence I was going to be taking from her and for officer safety.
And at this point, were you going to be changing her into different attire? Providing her with different clothing?
I'm sorry?
Were you going to be providing her with different clothing after performing this?
Yes.
All right, let's get a commercial break first. Check back in with Josh Schiffer. Overall, do you notice anything that, I mean, if you're a juror, what are you looking for as trying to evaluate this right after the incident?
My eyes in that video just go to the defendant just sitting there and rocking, sitting on that bench. And when you've spent so much time that being in these incarcerated conditions is normal, that's the kind of behavior that sticks out. Because I don't think she's really oriented as to time, place, what's going on in her life. I think that she's still under whatever the psychotic break that she was experiencing. I really look forward to this illustrative testimony because this is how the jury really is gonna get the best look into what happened at that moment. Where was her mind immediately after this horrific crime? And that's where it's going to be tough for them to sit down and apply a complicated law to the worst kind of facts. No one wants to feel that they didn't do justice on behalf of a brutally murdered little baby.
Prisons are dumping grounds for the mentally ill on many levels, but have they over the decades morphed into being treatment facilities, and can prisoners get proper treatment?
That's really interesting you raise it. My brother's the chief psychologist of a major Midwestern state sex offender program, state level director, and talking about what happens with mental health in conjunction with the criminal justice universe is a national conversation we desperately need to have. All of our institutions are closed. Everything that the government used to do to protect the community while also providing levels of service to the needy, we shut them down and we replace them with prisons who aren't equipped, and that's not their mandate to heal. And I hope that we continue to see some more mental health-based reform. We're seeing that on the front line with non-arrest services being deployed for 911. But this is the core problem with our prisons right now, mental health.
Absolutely. Josh Schiffer, thank you, as always. When we come back, we're going to head to Wisconsin. Caught in the Crossfire murder trial. Stay with us.
including the Intibio pen, is right for you.
Gut Focus and Intibio.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ted Rowlands, going to be with you on this Wednesday. We're going to begin this hour in the state of Wisconsin, where testimony continues in the caught in the crossfire murder trial. Parise Larry was only 14 years old when police say he and another teen shot and killed a 20-year-old, Tatiana Zek, while she was taking out the garbage. Investigators say the teens meant to shoot someone else, but hit Zek instead. 2 others were also injured in the shooting. The other teen, Antonio Johnson, pled guilty to murder earlier this year. He's awaiting sentencing. Before we go into court, here is Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson with a look at the case against Parise Larry.
Parise Larry is facing a potential life sentence for a deadly shooting that happened when he was 14 years old. Larry was charged as an adult, along with Antonio Johnston, for shooting more than a dozen times at a group of people outside a Fond du Lac, Wisconsin apartment complex on May 7, 2023.
Unfortunately and tragically, one of the victims has passed away this evening. It's the 20-year-old female has been confirmed that she has passed away.
20-year-old Tatiana Zek, who also went by Toddy, was taking out the trash following a family barbecue when she was struck.
You're going to hear about the impact of those 14 gunshots. Tatiana Zek was in, and you'll see a video of this as well, in the parking lot of the Maplewood Commons between 2 of the buildings with a group, and a bullet struck her in the head, and she died from a single gunshot wound.
3 others were also injured in the shooting, including the intended target, according to police. Co-defendant Antonio Johnston pleaded guilty in January to 1 count of intentional homicide and 8 other charges. He's now awaiting sentencing. If Larry is convicted, the now 16-year-old could spend the rest of his life behind bars.
Let's go into the courtroom now, where a detective who interviewed the surviving victims is now on the witness stand.
Anticipated to be utilized for the truth of the matter asserted. Go ahead if you want to re-ask your question, Attorney Tony.
What did you relay to the family at St. Agnes Hospital?
That there was a death. I had to show a photograph of Tatiana to her father to confirm that that was indeed his daughter, because we had not had a positive identification. And I advised him that his daughter was dead, that she died of a gunshot wound to the head.
And without getting into what anybody told you, can you describe any reactions that you observed from the family?
I object. It's not relevant. Attorney Tony, any response?
I think it's relevant based on the investigation, and certainly the identification of the individual is relevant.
I'll overrule the objection. You can answer, Detective.
Mr. Wortham, the father, and everybody started to cry, identifying that that was his daughter and why was she taken.
Thank you. Now, after your time at the hospital, did you proceed to the Maplewood Commons area to assist with the investigation?
Yes.
And was that still on May 7th of 2023?
Correct.
And do you recall, if you can, approximately what time you would have then arrived at the Maplewood Commons area?
Just shortly before 10 a.m. I think my first body cam video was activated right around 10 o'clock.
And you said 10 a.m. Did you mean p.m.?
10 p.m.
Thank you. And what was your initial responsibility then upon arrival?
My responsibility was to process the scene that was pointed out to me by those that were first on scene from officers.
And are you also familiar, have you used Google Maps in your capacity as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, sir.
And are there measuring functions that are available through that?
Yes, sir, there are.
And have you found that to be accurate and reliable through your use of it?
Yes.
And were you tasked with performing any measurements in relation to Maplewood Commons in the area of Tyson Middle School?
I did.
And I'm going to, Your Honor, requesting permission to publish Exhibit 7.
Any objection?
No.
Go ahead.
Have Exhibit 7 up on the screen, Detective McCulloch. What I'm going to do is freeze it on the screen and bring a copy up to you. Well, might be easier for you to see it this way. So we've got the exhibit on the screen, and I've got a copy of the photograph in front of you, Exhibit 7. And so what are we seeing in Exhibit 7?
In the top center of the photograph from Google Maps, from Google Earth, is Tyson Middle School. The lighter colored driveways and parking lots belong to Tyson Middle School. You see a yellow line that I drew from the front door of Tyson Middle School to the front door of 868, the western door, common entrance, to measure the distance, and that distance was 866 feet.
And so we can see kind of, as it's on the screen, in the upper middle, it's labeled Tyson Middle School.
Yes, sir.
And you've got the yellow line that you noted there.
Correct.
And then in the bottom left, that's the Maplewood Commons area.
Yes, sir.
And this measurement, I think if I understood you correctly, is from door to door.
Yes.
And so if that measurement were to the property of Tyson Middle School, the distance would be less than the 866 feet that you've noted?
It was less than 500 feet. I did that measurement as well, from the property line of the school to the property line of Maplewood Commons.
And were you tasked with collecting items of evidence while on scene?
Yes, sir.
And, Your Honor, I'd request permission to publish Exhibit 8.
No.
Go ahead.
Detective McCulloch, I've got Exhibit 8 up on the screen, and I'm going to, again, just the first page is visible, and I'm going to bring that up to you to let you see it a little better. And you recognize this as a listing of items of evidence that you collected?
Yes, these appear to all be the pieces of evidence that I collected.
And I'll leave that up by you for now, and we'll be coming back to that. And, Your Honor, it might be helpful to dim the lights with some of the photos that are going to be shown. And, Your Honor, I am requesting permission to publish Exhibits 10 through 49. Each of them are photos.
Any objection?
No objection.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Now, Detective McCulloch, I have Exhibit 10 up on the screen. Do you recognize what you're seeing here?
Yes, sir.
And what are we seeing here in Exhibit number 10?
That was a fired bullet that was found in the driveway at 1267 Martin Road.
I object and move to strike that as being hearsay unless there's a foundation that this witness found it.
I'm going to strike it for now. Attorney Tony, you can circle back.
How do you recognize this item?
The address is in my handwriting, and that's where I found or recovered the bullet from, and I took a photograph of that bullet with scale.
And so you collected this item from the 1267 Martin Road?
Yes, sir.
And Have you recovered, just generally speaking, in the past, fired bullets or fragments, things of that nature?
Yes, sir.
And how would you describe the general condition of this bullet?
It's intact. It's severely deformed. The dimple on the top of it, the scuff mark, shows that it has a significant defect in it, and the sides of the bullet around are also scratched as well.
Now, I'm going to get to some more of these photos in a moment, but you, were there certain areas that you were more focused on in your collection of evidence while on scene?
Yes.
And what I'm going to do is put up exhibit number 2 on the screen. And do you recognize what we're seeing here in exhibit 2?
I do. That is the northern side of Maplewood Commons with Pioneer Road on the top and Martin Road on the right side of the screen. 868 is the top building. 880 is the building on the left, and 894 is the building that runs east and west, still in that same parking lot area.
And so are the areas that you focused on evidence collection visible in this image?
They are.
And could you just come down and point out to the jury where those are and just describe the general location? I'll give you the microphone.
The area that I oversaw, this is 868. There's a common door here. 868 also has a common door on the west side of the building. I concentrated on the property or the evidence inside that room. This entire area was taped off, and I handled everything in the parking lot and the building itself.
Thank you. And were there other officers that assisted with other evidence collection on scene?
Yes.
And do you know I'll have you grab a seat first. And who were the other officers that assisted with evidence collection at the scene?
Detective Chevramont and School Resource Officer Sandra O'Donnell both came in and handled the 894 building and handled any cars that were impacted by bullets.
So I'm going to just zoom in here with exhibit 2 up. Now, before we get into some of the photos, you were describing the 868 building, so the one on the upper right here?
Yes, sir.
And then you described a common hallway on the right side and left side of the building?
Yes, sir.
And which of those common hallway areas did you focus on?
The left side, which is the farther west towards me, I focused on that hallway.
And were there any items of note that you observed in there that you ultimately collected as evidence?
Ultimately, in the hallway, I collected 2 fired cartridges, a cloth satchel, some loose marijuana that was on the floor, a knotted baggie, sandwich baggie that's commonly used to hold drugs, and then on a stairwell, maybe on the 3rd or 4th stair up, there was a wrapper for, I believe, a Swisher Sweet cigar that I believe was in play.
And then you also, if we come outside of the building of that hallway.
Little weed, Swisher Sweet, that's a blunt. Let's get a break. When we come back, more of the case against this man, Paris Larry in Wisconsin. Then we're going to switch gears, staying in Wisconsin, to this woman, Taylor Schabusiness, in court today. We'll see what happens. Stay with us.
My 2 best friends were just murdered.
Join me for a Court TV true crime series where we take you from the crime scene to the courtroom.
Donna Adelson hates every piece of grass that Dan Marcel ever walked on.
It's something that'll haunt all of us forever.
It always seemed like he was covering or deceiving.
This was a whole different level.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rowlands. New episodes Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
Let's head back to Wisconsin now for more testimony in the Caught in the Crossfire murder trial. 16-year-old Parise Larry is facing up to life in prison if he's convicted in the shooting death of 20-year-old Tatiana Zek. She was shot while taking out the trash, shot in the head after a cookout. 3 other people were injured. Let's go back into the courtroom now. We're hearing from a detective on direct examination.
Speaking to this sidewalk and grass area and immediately into the parking lot, were there any other items of relevance that you observed?
So if you look at the apartment complex for 868 in front of the parking lot, between the parking lot and the building, you can see a common sidewalk. On the approach to the hallway where I worked, you can see the sidewalk going up to that door, but right in front of that door is a slab of concrete approximately 16 feet by 4 feet that you can see jutting out in front of the door just before the sidewalk. And I collected items from that on top of that concrete as well.
And based on your training and experience, were any of those items consistent with being involved in a shooting?
They were.
And what were those items?
Those were 10 fired cartridges, all 9mm, that were on the concrete outside, immediately outside the door.
And so there were 10 fired cartridges or casings that were located outside that hallway area?
Yes.
2 that were inside that hallway area?
Yes.
So that's 12 so far?
Correct.
Were there any other casings or cartridges that you located in the parking lot area of what you described where the vehicles were?
You can see the sidewalk that goes from the entrance door out to the parking lot, the concrete walkway. About 38 feet out from that door, I found one more fired cartridge that was also a 9mm in the parking lot as well.
And so that's 13 casings or cartridges now?
Yes, sir.
And did you personally collect or locate any other casings on scene at Maplewood Commons?
I did.
Could you, and is that area visible on Exhibit 2 that we're looking at right now?
Yes, sir.
And why don't you, I'll just have you come down and point out that location. You can grab a seat and then describe it.
It would be this location on the east side of 880 Martin.
Thank you. And so that would be a total of 14 casings that, or cartridges that, fired cartridges that were found on scene?
Yes, sir.
And were there any other fired cartridges or casings that you located on scene?
No.
And were all of those casings recovered on the evening of May 7th, 2023?
No, all of them, I would say 13 of them were recovered on the night of the 7th, going into the morning of the 8th. I believe it was a few days later that the one found at 880 was found.
And was there, without getting into the specifics, you had additional information that you learned to look at that area?
Yes, sir.
And did you look at any surveillance footage or anything to help you with that?
Yes.
And what type of surveillance footage did you look at to help you look at that area?
I looked at surveillance footage that the complex actually owns. It's called Watchtower, and I watched video from the Watchtower camera. One of them was mounted right between those two buildings that we were able to glean information from watching that.
And what did you personally see from watching that video that had you look in that area?
Well, I saw looking at the video right near the parking lot between those two buildings, there was a puff of dirt that went up in the air consistent with a bullet strike. You all of a sudden saw dirt fly up from the ground and fall down. So I went out to the area to attempt to locate additional evidence.
Now putting up exhibit number 11, And do you recognize what we're seeing here in Exhibit 11?
Yes, sir. That's the fired cartridge that was found a few days later, and I put a evidence marker up for reference.
And I'm going to put up Exhibit number 12. Do you recognize what you're seeing here?
That's a closer photograph showing more detail of where the fired cartridge was located.
And there's looks like it's kind of like an orange triangle or pointy type object that's also on the ground. What is that?
I use that. It is just a arrow just to guide someone to draw their attention to the piece of evidence that I want them to look at.
All right, we'll get a break, but first, David Gelman's with us. He is in Cherry Hill, New Jersey, a criminal defense attorney, a good one at that. David, this case, the age is a factor, or could be. You have a 20-year-old victim here who literally taking out garbage after a cookout gets shot by this 14-year-old who doesn't mean to shoot her, but is shooting a weapon. What's your take, what's your overall feel about this case and what this jury's going to have to decide?
Ted, I hate having young individuals who are, well, victims, obviously, but also defendants, because it's always a difficult task for a defense attorney and even a prosecutor for that matter. Now, people can talk about intent all they want, but as a 14-year-old, you know what's right and wrong, and obviously, if you're shooting a firearm, that there's always a risk there. And here, in particular, you have an innocent victim who was not the intended target, but because the intent is there where he was shooting, this is why we have that. And it's difficult. And really, what's going to be, I think, a major thing here is the family of the victim when they testify, because you can bet that they will testify, and they're going to talk about how great of a woman she is, what she was doing, going to school or her family, whatever it may be. And I think that is really going to be the linchpin in this situation when it's all said and done.
Yeah, and yeah, you're right. 14-year-old, his brain's not developed. Also, he was, part of his defense or his story is that, well, we didn't mean to shoot her. We were aiming at someone else. All right, well, if you had hit that other person, you'd be in the same defense table chair facing the exact same charges. So the intent of trying to hit another human being and then hitting this one, I don't know how that flies as far as the defense.
Yeah,
What's a win?
That's just reckless right there.
Is a win here just to keep him out of prison for the rest of his life, have some light at the end of the tunnel?
Yeah, that's exactly right, Ted. Mitigate his exposure. That's what I tell all my clients. That is what we're supposed to do as defense attorneys. All right, we're not miracle workers, and you have a lovely dead woman here. So yeah, if they can get life or something without him spending the rest of his life in prison, I would definitely say that's a win.
Yeah. All right, David, stand by. We're going to switch gears. We're going to stay in Wisconsin. In fact, same courthouse. Taylor Schabusiness made a court appearance today, wheeled in her wheelchair, a little grin on her face. What's she going to do today? We'll find out. We'll watch it together. Stay with us.
At future hearings, I'd ask that she not be shackled. I have a relationship with her. I've represented her before. I think we have a good relationship, but I'd ask that you consider my request for her not to be shackled during the trial or any future proceedings.
Turning now to Wisconsin, where infamous inmate Taylor Schabusiness, who was set to go back to trial for battery against a jail nurse and guard, has accepted a plea deal. At a hearing earlier this morning, Schabusiness pled no contest to disorderly conduct. She's set to be sentenced on December 1st. Schabusiness is already serving a life sentence for the murder and dismemberment of Shad Theron, her friend. We watched that trial play out. We've also seen Schabusiness attack her attorneys multiple times. First in 2023, then most recently in April of 2025. Her attorney from April withdrew after she lunged at him, and now she's back with the attorney that represented her originally at her murder trial. She attacked him, but they have a good relationship. Let's go to court, but before, let's take a look back at how we got here.
Well, they found a kind of disturbing stuff at the house there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of blood. Basically Shad's head. Yeah.
I was terrible at explaining things, so let's see here. I didn't want him to die, actually. He's my buddy, but like it happened.
Did you feel a need to try to help him? Stop choking him or get an ambulance? You didn't feel a need to do that?
I don't know why. It happened so fast.
So then after you realized he was no longer really dead, his face was purple, he said all the blood's going out of his mouth. What'd you do?
Clean him up a little bit. And then, I just played with him.
You said play with him, what do you mean?
Played with his
Yeah.
like I put him up over the bed, and then
Was it erect? Did you?
Even.
What did you do with his hands?
I put it on.
So all of a sudden, the chain went around his neck. How come? I'm just trying to get it.
He likes it.
Alright.
I was gonna walk him like a dog.
And he wanted that?
I have no idea. What I was gonna do it anyway. You ever love something so much that you kill it? Like it happens to me. That's the feeling that I have. I love something so much that I kill it. Like I love it so much and then I kill it. I was getting angry at myself. Very angry at myself.
Were you gonna take the head somewhere?
I like that.
You liked it? How did you dismember his body?
Knives.
With what?
Knives.
Knives? Just more than one knife?
Nobody's armed?
Nobody's armed.
You sure?
You weren't sure?
No. It was alright. Bread knife works good.
Bread knife?
A bread knife works good, yeah.
Really?
I had to use what I used, so like, yeah. I got lazy last night, so. Like, I don't even know, like, I'm like, yeah.
Okay. Ooh, brings back some creepy memories of Taylor Schabusiness over the years here on Court TV. So she's back in court today. We couldn't show it live, but we have it now. So let's go in and watch this hearing play out, see what happens.
This stupid fucking chair. Oh my god. Hell no.
Do I need to go tell them that we're ready?
Jake already nicked it.
We did? Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. I can do that.
Did you see
The court will call 24 CF 1048 State of Wisconsin versus Taylor Schabusiness. Appearances.
This state appears by Assistant District Attorney Tessa Button.
Good morning. Attorney Christopher Keith Furlick appears today in person with the defendant, Taylor D. Schabusiness.
All right, this matter is set for a status conference. Mr. Furlick, what is the status?
Your Honor, I've talked with the district attorney's office. I've conferred with my client. I've reviewed the case. Ms. Schabusiness has decided that she wishes to enter into a plea agreement with the state. She will tender a plea to an amended charge of disorderly conduct as a misdemeanor offense. I have reviewed the plea questionnaire waiver of rights form carefully with my client. We've gone over all of her constitutional rights. We've had a chance to also talk on the phone. And we've reviewed the elements for this offense. Both of us have signed the form, and I have it available for the court.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Schabusiness, I've received a plea questionnaire waiver rights form. It would indicate that you're going to plead no contest to an amended count of disorderly conduct, and then both sides would be free to argue that sentence. Is that your understanding of the agreement?
Yeah.
Yes? Okay. This form indicates that you are 27 years old. You completed 12 years of schooling. You do have a high school diploma, GED, or HSCD. You understand the English language, and you understand the charges that you're pleading to, the disorderly conduct, what the state would have to show to find you guilty of that count is that you engage in violent, abusive, indecent, profane, boisterous, unreasonably loud, or otherwise disorderly conduct, which, under the circumstances as they then existed, tended to cause or provoke a disturbance. Is that your understanding?
Yeah.
You understand that the maximum penalty on this is 90 days in jail or a $1,000 fine or both, correct?
Yeah.
Yes?
All right, let's get a break. We'll watch the rest of this. What turned out to be a plea deal. Taylor Schabusiness entered in with the state of Wisconsin. Stay with us.
I'm Vinny Politan. Welcome to Closing Arguments.
What's happening here?
It's unreal. Let me show you exactly what happened.
Closing Arguments with Vinny Politan, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
A wife accused of murdering her prominent attorney husband, and the defense involves blaming her own sons?
Victim to verdict with Ted Rollins. New episode Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
Schabusiness back in court in the state of Wisconsin. We were expecting that today's hearing was going to be about restraints for her upcoming trial. She's taken a plea deal. She's spending the rest of her life in prison for the murder conviction. Let's go back in and pick up the hearing from today. This is not from today, where we left off.
Saying that the court is not bound by any agreement between the parties, and I could sentence you up to that maximum. Still want to proceed?
Yeah.
Yes? Has anybody made any threats or promises to get you to change your plea today?
No.
You're doing so after speaking with your attorney?
I'm good. Yeah, we going straight. We doing it. We doing the plea.
Okay, you want to do the plea, right? Yeah. And you're doing so after discussing it with your attorney, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. This form further indicates that you are not currently receiving treatment for mental illness, mental disorder, and you have not had any drugs, alcohol, or medication in the past 24 hours. Is that all correct?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yes. The next section are your constitutional rights. Those rights are found here on the plea questionnaire. These boxes are checked. May I presume that you've read these or had them read to you by your attorney, and that you're freely, voluntarily, and intelligently waiving these constitutional rights and entering your not guilty plea, or I'm sorry, your no contest plea? Is that right?
I'm doing that.
You're doing that? Okay. You understand that those rights include but are not limited to your right to a trial, your right to remain silent, your right to testify at your trial, your right to a jury trial. All those rights you're giving up by entering a plea, correct?
Right.
Right? Okay. Mr. Freilich, you went over this form with Ms. Schabusiness and answered all her questions.
Yes, I have, very carefully, Your Honor.
Do you believe that she is freely, voluntarily, and intelligently changing her plea today?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Do you believe that there's a factual basis for her plea?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
May I use the criminal complaint to find that factual basis?
Your Honor, yes, you may.
And how many offers total did you receive in this matter?
One.
And you conveyed it to Ms. Schabusiness, and she's chosen to accept it?
Yes, I sent it to her by letter. I talked with her about it on the telephone, and we also talked in person today.
All right. Ms. Schabusiness, you've heard what your attorney had to say, correct?
Yeah.
Do you agree with him?
Yeah.
Do you believe that you are freely, voluntarily, and intelligently changing your plea today?
Yeah. I'm going in with the plea because that's what I put my initials down on.
Okay. And do you have any questions of Mr. Freilich?
Never.
Never. And you agree that there's a factual basis to your plea, correct? To the disorderly conduct plea?
Yeah, violent behavior.
All right. Ms. Button, you're moving to amend count 1 from battery by a prisoner to disorderly conduct?
Yes, Your Honor, and we are in victim rights compliance. I have spoken with the victim in this matter, and she's in support of the resolution. She does have some feedback for sentencing, but I can save that for later.
All right. That motion is granted. So, Ms. Schabusiness, what is your plea to the amended count disorderly conduct?
Hey, no contest. We ain't doing no contest.
No contest? Ms. Schabusiness, I accept your plea. I find that it's been freely, voluntarily, intelligently made. I find that there's a factual base for your plea. I accept it, find you guilty, and enter judgment. Now, Ms. Button, you're asking that this be set for a later sentencing date. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. I have a copy of the video that I plan to file for the court ahead of time.
Mr. Freilich, what's your position on that?
Your Honor, Assistant District Attorney Button and I, we talked about this, that we would maybe do this case in 2 parts if the court was okay with it. I'm fine with having the sentencing hearing on a different day. I also talked with my client, and she's fine with that as well.
And you would want Ms. Schabusiness in court?
Yes. Yes, please.
All right. The court will reset this. How much time do you think you need, Ms. Button?
Not long, Your Honor. I can file it today.
Your Honor, do you mean for the hearing?
For time to prepare for the hearing and the hearing.
I think 45 minutes maybe for the hearing, just to be safe.
No.
Maybe 30 days.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we... Can we do The afternoon of December 1st.
Yes, I'm wide open.
All right. Can we do 1:30?
Perfect.
1:30, Ms. Button?
That's fine.
All right, we'll reset it for sentencing on December 1st at 1:30.
Thank you very much.
Case adjourned.
All right, yeah.
See, I'll talk to you soon, okay?
All right, all right.
Okay, there she goes. Taylor's Schabusiness in her restraint chair, wheeled out of the courtroom. Heavy security always when she's in a courtroom. David Gelman is with us, criminal defense attorney. David, boy, something about this woman, you just don't take your eyes off of her. Listening to her nonchalantly talking about how she did this and that to her buddy after killing him. And then in the courtroom, her antics, it's just off the charts. Now, she was found that she was sane during this. There's no, I mean, our system has places for mentally ill people because she obviously is, and she's going to spend the rest of her life in prison. What's your overall take? Probably a good idea for everybody that there's not some mini trial on a disorderly conduct, a violence charge, because you don't want her coming in and out of the courtroom daily.
Well, it would have been good TV, but yeah, I agree. I don't think this would have been a very good trial to have at all. I mean, the judge, you could just see it and hear it in his voice. Number one, he probably loves just saying Schabusiness for multiple times. I know I would. But I thought it was very interesting when he said to the defense attorney, are you sure you want to have her here for sentencing? Like, are you sure? I know you're in a good terms with her now. I found it all very, very fascinating. Frankly, I'm surprised that the defense attorney still is defending her even after being attacked. I don't think I would be that brave to do so, but it's always fun time in court. I can tell you one way or another.
Well, she says she kills the things that she loves, so I think she actually likes all of her attorneys a lot. She just
hopefully she doesn't love them.
Yeah, you could tell in this very short hearing, there was like this anticipation, almost anxiety, like, Judge, stop asking these questions. Let's get this, because she could blow at any minute, but she seemed contained-ish enough and was going no contest today. What are the odds that she makes it, X amount of years before she has an incident in prison and is back in a courtroom?
I think zero, like absolutely zero. There is no chance. We are going to be talking about something with Miss Schabusiness in the next couple of years. I can guarantee that right now. I hate to say that, but and just go to your point real quick, Ted, that you just had. I've had these types of cases where you have defendants who, they may not be thinking clearly or whatnot, or have issues, and you just want the judge, hey, let's just get it over with. Don't answer all these questions we don't need that are not pertinent. Let's get it all. So we don't have any more of these issues, and we can move on with our lives. So I totally agree with you with what was going on there.
Yeah, it's just funny. Today's hearing was supposed to be about restraints. Her attorney was saying we don't want her to be in restraints during the trial if they were going to go to trial, because they didn't want that look. But it's not going to happen. And I think everybody is breathing a huge sigh of relief there in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin today. One more hearing, December 1st. She'll be back for the official sentencing, and then that will be it for this chapter. But to your point, David, probably not the end of the Schabusiness book. David, thank you, as always. Appreciate you, your expertise. Let's get a break. When we come back, testimony getting back underway at any minute in the Toddler Stabbed murder trial for Bionca Ellis. That's another one we've been talking about today. They have just finished up a long lunch break. Stay with us. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ted Rollins. Good to be with you on this Wednesday afternoon. We are concentrating our attention this hour in the state of Ohio, the Toddler Stabbed murder trial. Back in June of last year, Margot Wood and her 3-year-old son, Julian, had just checked out a grocery store and were heading to the parking lot when they were attacked and stabbed. Prosecutors say it all began when defendant Bionca Ellis became agitated earlier that day after not being able to collect all of her belongings at a police station. She then proceeded to obtain a knife from a thrift store and then made her way to the grocery store where the attack took place. The defense doesn't deny Ellis's actions, but says she has a history of schizophrenia and was off her meds that day. Court is still on the lunch break. They're reconvening as we speak. So while we wait, let's take a closer look at Ellis's movements the day of the murder, starting out at that police station where prosecutors say she became agitated for the first time.
Are these the items we're seeing here on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, at 40 seconds, you testified before I showed you the video that you see, or you sense a shift of her behavior, correct?
Correct.
As I press play again, can you describe for us your memory, what you were feeling in this moment in the lobby?
At this moment, I feel like that she's irritated. She's putting her stuff away. She goes to walk out, and then she looks back at me and then flips the light off.
The kitchen knife area aisle where you could observe Miss Ellis now sifting through the knives.
And why was it important for you to collect this surveillance?
It was important because we're trying to establish a timeline as to what had occurred prior to the incident.
And I don't know if you can see, it's a little faint. Timestamp up top on this exhibit.
My eyes aren't that good, so no, I cannot. I could see a time, but I couldn't tell you exactly what that is.
got a med kit? Okay. The other on the side? You're good. Who's got a med kit? Are you bleeding? Are you hurt anywhere? Hold you up, okay? Grab your other arm. We're going to lift you up, okay? Stand up, okay? 1, 2, 3, stand up. Stand up. Come on, get up. Come around. 14.
Walk it back this way.
52 LO3, I got 3 units. 1719 myself. And Charge Eagle. In the parking lot. Sort of aisle. If you got EMS coming.
What's going up now, squad? What's going up now?
This take place out here? Right here.
Right there.
Literally right here. Right here.
We have him grabbing his camera. We gotta secure this area right now. Yep, no doubt. That's fine. We need some tapes. He's got the female. She's under arrest.
So the kid was in a car? In the car? Yeah. Okay. All right. So it was in the park all over? Yeah.
All right, chilling to watch that progression as she leaves the police station, gets the knife at the thrift store, and then ends up at the grocery store and walking around with a strangely relaxed gait, flinging the knife. You can see some people notice it as they're walking by her. Nobody does anything. Jamie White's watching along with us. Jamie, we're waiting for court to reconvene. We're very close. Apparently the parties have gathered, so I apologize if I cut you off before we go in to start the afternoon session. But what are your overall thoughts on this case?
Well, that video is very, very difficult to watch. And, you know, over the course of my 25 years, I feel like I've seen everything, Ted. And if it's difficult for me to watch, it's going to be even more difficult for a jury. You know, as far as whether or not she was insane, which I suspect is going to be the only viable defense, you know, she clearly was acting deliberately throughout the course of those events, from stealing the knife, you know, and ultimately engaging people. You know, oftentimes, I guess is my final thought on, as a general matter, people think that just because you've done something crazy, that makes you crazy. And in fact, I used to say there's 3 types of people in prison: substance abusers, the greedy people, and mentally sick people. And sometimes those overlap, but I think you can generally put them in the same category. And so just being mentally ill is not of itself enough to be found not guilty by reason of insanity. It's a very, very particular finding.
Let's listen to the defense in the opening saying, hey, her gait, her nonchalante walking away with the knife proves that she's not guilty by reason of insanity. Take a listen.
And it is true that whatever's going on in her mind, whatever's going on with her mental illness, the evidence will show that she got behind Wood and her child, Julian, and she followed her. And she doesn't run away. She walks away. Knife in hand. Still carrying the knife after this act is done. The evidence will show that there was no rational motive for her to have committed this offense. The evidence will show that there's no relationship between she and the victims in this case. She still has a knife in hand at the time that the police confronts her.
Jamie, the defense, to your point, is she did it. We know she did it, but we think that she was legally insane at the time of the stabbing of this little boy and our mother. Do they have a case?
I really don't think so. I think the gentleman is making an articulate, taking an articulate position, but I just don't think that her manners at the time are relevant in large part. You know, Jeffrey Dahmer was calm when he was eating people, presumably, and when he was meeting men in a bar, he was calm and acted calm and so on. It was, you know, he was only found out after somebody smelled something in his apartment. So, and there's comparisons all over the universe that we can find where, again, people are in prison, having done some really, really crazy things. Again, stealing the knife for me is a big problem for the defense. It's a deliberate act. And, you know, one thing that they weigh heavily is whether or not the defendant knew right from wrong at the time they committed the act. And I think the deliberate nature of stealing the murder weapon clearly shows she knew what she was doing was wrong.
Well, it's a great point because she's thinking about it, obviously, not going up and engaging. She's stealing it. It's adding a complexity to this whole thing. It's just a sad case, the bottom line. Yeah. These poor people just out of the blue at the grocery store with your little boy, and you get stabbed in the parking lot. It's horrific. Let's get a break. When we come back, we will hopefully be going into this case in Ohio. Stay with us.
Tonight, on Closing Arguments, another dramatic day of testimony in the Toddler Stabbed murder trial. We're breaking down the biggest moments as this case moves forward.
Closing Arguments with Vinnie Politan tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
A wife accused of murdering her prominent attorney husband, and the defense involves blaming her own sons?
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rowlands. New episode Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
Somebody called because they were concerned about you.
Yeah, I kind of get lightheaded from my medicine.
5221, I'm out. Do you need assistance at all? Or you need an ambulance or anything? Are you feeling all right?
No, I think the temperature is just getting to be just right.
Okay. Do you have an ID on you just so I can tell them that you're all right? Are you from around here or are you trying to get out of here? Both?
Defendant Bionca Ellis just 4 days before prosecutors say she fatally stabbed a young boy and injured his mother. Ellis is facing multiple charges, including aggravated murder and attempted murder for the June 2024 incident in the parking lot of a grocery store in Ohio. Prosecutors say Ellis followed Margot Wood and her 3-year-old son Julian outside of the store, where she then proceeded to stab them in a seemingly random act. We're still waiting for the jury to come in after the lunch break. So in the meantime, the victim in this case, the surviving victim, Margot Wood, was on the stand earlier this morning, and she described the horrific attack on her son.
Once you got to your car, what's the first thing you did?
I'm sorry.
Just take your time.
I went to open my trunk.
Okay.
And then I turned to my right. And I saw her coming towards us.
When you say her, who we've come to know that is?
Bionca Ellis.
We're going to stipulate, Mr. Mack, that Mr.
And she's in this courtroom here today, is she not?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for the stipulation, counsel. Go ahead, Mrs. Ford.
So I saw her coming, walking towards us, and I noticed she had a knife in her hand. And I said, "Oh no, Julian." So I had the car. I stood in front of the end of the cart, and I was trying to push him back. He was still sitting in the cart, and she stabbed the back of the trunk of a car, and I got scared. But when I was pushing the car back, it fell over. And then she came at me. I'm sorry.
Take your time.
She came at me.
Mrs. Wood. Just breathe.
Okay.
Some water there for you, too.
But I moved. And she stabbed him in the side of his face. And then she stabbed me.
Take a minute and then ask a question. Some Kleenex to the left of you. Would you take a sip of water and then I'll have her ask you another question. It's open. Ms. Frawley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So, Miss Wood, when she stabbed you, what did you do or what did you say?
I didn't say anything. I was just... I couldn't believe this was happening. It was so fast. I was just trying to, so she wouldn't hurt it.
And what happened next?
And then she stood up and stabbed him in the back. And he was crying. He was crying.
After she stabbed him in the back, what did she do next?
She just walked away. Like nothing. She just walked away.
And, ma'am, what did you do?
I went to go grab him out of the cart. Because he was on his side, and I went to go and I held him. And I just felt blood on my hands. And I said, Julian, Julian, are you okay? And then blood came out the side of his mouth. I'm sorry.
Take a minute. I'm going to have the prosecutor ask you another question. Go ahead, take a minute. I'll just get some water again. Take your time.
Mrs. Wood, once you were experiencing this with Julian, were you calling for help?
Yes.
And were you in fact screaming for help?
Yes.
Did folks start to come around you?
They did.
And did there come a point in time that somebody came by and took Julian and tried to help Julian?
Yes.
Did she indicate at the time she was a nurse?
She did.
Okay. And did other folks come and surround you and try to help you as well?
Yes.
And ma'am, where were you stabbed?
On the top of my right shoulder.
All right. And did you have to seek medical care?
I did.
Were you taken to the hospital as well?
I was in a separate ambulance.
All right. So once the defendant walked away, did you see her again?
No.
And so did there come a point in time that the ambulance came and took Julian?
Yes.
And were you able to contact your husband to come to the scene?
I did.
All right. And did he come?
He did.
And did both you and Julian end up at the hospital?
Yes.
In separate rooms?
Yes.
And did there come a point in time that you were then notified of his death?
Yes. Yes. The doctor...
That's okay. You've answered the question.
Okay.
Were the police all already present at the hospital with you?
Yes.
There were police officers that were on scene, right?
Correct.
And then there were police officers that traveled with you and Julian to the hospital.
Yes.
And in fact, one of the officers stayed with you and your husband.
Yes.
And during that time, did you or were you able to provide them a statement of what had happened to you and Julian?
I did.
Okay. Did you yourself write it out, ma'am?
No.
Did you give the officer permission to write it out?
I did.
Mrs. Wood, while you were at the hospital, did they provide you medical care?
Yes.
And did you have to have any stitches or anything with regards to your injury?
I received 4 stitches.
And that was on your shoulder?
Yes.
All right. And the hospital that you went to was St. John's?
Yes.
Okay. Part of University Heights University Hospitals?
Yes.
Julian Wood's mother talking about her son's death and her injury and what happened, the chaos that she endured in that grocery store parking lot. Let's get a break. When we come back, we'll be heading to the courtroom. We'll be showing portions of testimony from the afternoon session, which is underway. Jury's back. A patrol officer is coming up. Stay with us. right, we'll be heading back to Ohio for the afternoon session in the case against Bionca Ellis in just a minute. But here's a quick look at some of the other cases we're tracking at Court TV. In Wisconsin, the state's case continues for a teen accused of killing a young woman who was shot, caught in the crossfire, basically. She was taking out the trash. He was aiming at somebody else. That's his defense. Just down the hall in the same courthouse, Taylor Schabusiness was back in court today. We watched that one. The convicted murderer pled no contest to an attack on a prison guard. In California, the man accused of crashing into 4 Pepperdine University students along the Pacific Coast Highway was back in court today. Another preliminary hearing was scheduled for next month. In that case, it was a short hearing. And we'll keep you updated on all of today's developments around the country. But right now, we're going to go back to Ohio, where we're following a judge's order. We were able to show you, chunks of testimony as it happens. And then once the day is done, we can show everything, gavel to gavel. So what we're doing now, they're back at it in the afternoon session in the case against Bionca Ellis, the toddler stabbed murder trial. So let's go back into the courtroom, where we're going to pick up a patrol officer on cross-examination by the defense.
Good afternoon, Ms. Ellis.
Good afternoon.
I'm one of the attorneys for Ms. Ellis. I have a few questions for you. If there's something that you don't understand, just stop me, let me know, and I'll try to ask a better question.
Okay.
You indicated that you had interaction with Bionca, and you all arrived at the same time. Is that correct?
About the same time.
About the same time? And the first time you had interaction with her, is it captured on video, or is it outside of video?
It's in the video.
In the video? Okay.
Can you bring your microphone down so you're talking to your right over? Thank you.
You indicated that she was angry with you. She acted angry. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anywhere on the video that she shows any kind of aggression or anger that you can point to?
Not in that video, no.
Not in the video. The only time that she has expressed any anger towards you on this day is outside of the video. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And she wasn't verbally aggressive with you?
No.
Okay. Each officer that's come in that's dealt with her testified that she was cooperative and compliant. Is that not your experience?
She was cooperative and compliant, yes.
Okay. The gentleman who was the jailer that was on video, is that Kevin?
Yes.
What's his full name?
I don't know.
Okay. You don't know?
No, I don't.
Okay. There's a mental and physical evaluation form that's completed by the corrections officer on the date in which inmates are
correct.
The date inmates are present. And one of the questions was, does the inmate's behavior suggest the risk of assault to staff or other inmates? The answer was certainly no by that officer. But you're saying you're the only one that had experience of her being angry. Is that correct?
I would say I was in behind the door right there that you see on the video that had contact with her, and as well as the corrections officer that was present at the time.
Okay.
But are you referring to the health screening for the jail or for intake? Is that what we're speaking about?
Mental and physical evaluation form, yes.
They use the system called TAC. In the TAC system, if there is no information being put into it, it's like a default. So I believe that it would always say no. Like at that, I'm not sure what you're saying on that part of it.
Well,
I don't understand that.
I'm not going to use it for exhibit purposes, but I can show you the form that I'm looking at, and you can tell me whether or not that's it. Yeah. Well, I think it's the same form for each state. So 6, 3, and 5.
Yes, and the reality is in exhibits 226 and 227, those questions are the format's the same. You just want to ask if this is what she's speaking about.
Yes,
yeah. So go ahead.
I have to put my glasses on. I can't see.
Is that the form you're referring to?
This is the first time that I see the North Olmsted form, but for jail standards, there is an intake part of a mental and physical evaluation that I've done from my previous employers, and it's required, to check the well-being for that person that's coming in. So is it the same that I've seen before? Yes, except for it's different department. Yeah. But I've used the form several times in that system, and if the form isn't being filled out, it's going to show no for everything. So that's what you're saying. There's not going to be nothing there.
Look at the...
I see the first one, yes.
Let a question be asked. Go ahead.
Just take your time. Listen. Question number 1, is that on that same form?
Is the inmate conscious? Is that what you're asking about?
Yes.
It's on this form, yeah.
Okay, and what's the answer?
The answer is yes.
Okay. So there's not all no's that are answers to those questions.
Not on this form. No, I was referring to what you said.
Let's just talk about North Olmsted. Can you read question number 12?
Does the inmate's behavior suggest the risk of assault to staff or other inmates? And it says no.
Okay. When you say that she was angry, and if she didn't verbally express anger to you, if she didn't make any kind of signs with her hands or any gestures, how is it that she expressed that anger to you?
Once we got out of the booking area that you see on the view of the camera, when we got towards the cell area, I explained to her that I was going to pat her down and that I was going to be checking to see if she had any guns, weapons, or knives, and I asked her that.
Deep breath, just to slow down a little.
And at that point, she kind of there's not that much room in there, but had kind of pulled away a little bit, backing into a cell. There's the cell's right there. She's standing in front of the cell, and then it's me standing in front of her. And I think, at that point, it's been a year ago, I think that's at that point when it first started with her. She wasn't complying when I was telling her I was going to be telling her what to do at that point.
So she was not complying?
No.
Okay. I think initially you said she was complying.
In the video, yes.
Okay.
In that part of the video, I had what you saw as the contact I had with her.
Okay. I thought you were asking.
All right, snippet of the cross-examination of this officer on the stand in the afternoon session there. Jamie White's with us, and the defense attorney really wanted to explore her description, I guess, of the defendant as being angry, where we did see video of her where she's just kind of in that cage, and he's really pushing on this, again, because these jurors are put in a unique position. They're trying to determine the person's mental health through testimony, video, and what's your take on this tact that the defense attorney is going with here to try to make this officer back off of her angry assessment?
Well, I definitely think it makes sense for him to do so, and it appears that his strategy was to potentially get her to say something that was inconsistent with what was seen on the video. However, the officer did respond and indicate that what the interaction she had, where she deemed the defendant to be angry, was outside of the scope of the camera. So, and then I guess the other piece of the testimony that I find unusual is utilizing someone else's report that another officer filled out, and then asking her to discuss it and talk about it. I don't really understand where he's going there, and I don't understand why the prosecutor isn't jumping up and down and objecting to the evidence being introduced in that way. But I do find it a little unusual, but consistent, I think, with this idea that he's trying to put forth evidence that the defendant was not angry, wasn't deliberately angry, wasn't acting consistent with somebody who may be mad and go out and kill someone, but to the alternative, acting very calm and, having unexplainable behavior prior to this heinous act.
Right, and to your point earlier, Jeffrey Dahmer was calm, and right. There are people that are the layperson's assessment of someone's behavior after a horrific act, I don't know if it really should be taken into account when assessing guilt or innocence in terms of mental defense.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Ted. I think that, again, for the layperson who's not trained in the law, and more importantly, for not trained in the psychology and clinical nature of this examination, whether or not she was crazy, legally crazy, or not legally crazy, a lot of the fluff that we see around the incident really isn't part of the evaluation. And we're going to hear from experts in this case, and we're going to hear from a state expert who's going to lay out for the jury what the test is in order to find someone not guilty by reason of insanity. And I suspect he's going to find that she did not meet that criteria. And, there's a practical side of this too, Ted. We're dealing with a 3-year-old boy. This jury's going to get instructions on following the rules and following instructions, but these are the kinds of cases where emotion can muddy those waters. This was a 3-year-old innocent boy. They've heard an enormous amount of very difficult testimony from the mother, and the jury is going to be a tough one to keep objective on this one for the defense. They're going to have to really work at it.
Yeah, we were talking earlier, the odds of a juror, or especially unanimously saying, yeah, I say we find this lady not guilty by reason of just the words not guilty when a 3-year-old is dead. They've seen the video, they've seen all of it. It's to your point, very large mountain for the defense to climb, and we'll watch it play out. Let's get a break. When we come back, we'll catch a snippet of the redirect of this witness, what the prosecutor will do to try to stabilize this responding officer on the stand after this.
Tonight, on closing arguments, another dramatic day of testimony in the Toddler Stabbed murder trial. We're breaking down the biggest moments as this case moves forward.
Closing arguments with Vinnie Politan tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
A wife accused of murdering her prominent attorney husband, and the defense involves blaming her own sons?
Victim to verdict with Ted Rollins. New episode Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
stabbed him in the back. What did she do next?
She just walked away. Like nothing. She just walked away.
What did you do?
I went to go grab him out of the cart. Because he was on his side, and I went to go and I held him. And I just felt blood on my hands. And I said, Julian, Julian, are you okay? And then blood came out the side of his mouth.
Julian Wood's mother on the stand earlier today describing the horrific incident that took her son's life in the parking lot of a grocery store in the state of Ohio. It's day 3 of the murder trial. The defendant here, Bionca Ellis, prosecutors say that Ellis followed the victims, Margot Wood and Julian, out of the store after seeing them in the store. This is in North Olmsted, Ohio. And that's where she attacked him with this knife that she had stolen earlier that day, just hours before, at a thrift store. Julian suffered fatal stab wounds. His mother was also injured but treated and released from a hospital, but she's spending the rest of her life in agony because she's lost her little boy. Let's go back into the courtroom now. We're going to get a snippet of the testimony from Joanne Felton, this officer, on redirect.
You were asked about the defendant's movements as depicted on the exhibit or on the 3-minute mark. Do you recall that?
I'm sorry?
Do you recall being asked about the defendant's knees shaking?
Yes.
Okay. And that was counsel's characterization of her movements, correct?
Yes.
How would you describe Bionca Ellis's movements from your personal dealings with her, with physical movements?
At the time, I didn't really see that she was moving her knees that way. I was more focused on, making sure that I had the supplies that I needed, the evidence bag. And looking at the video, it's obviously it's a different mindset. I don't know if that's what you're, what you want to know, or.
Was she ever showing signs or symptoms of withdrawal to you based on your training and experience?
Yes.
How so?
Initially, when she came in there, or when I came in there.
Yeah, and outside the cross-examination, so you don't have to answer them, but you can continue to ask questions regarding the redirect.
Officer, you were asked about the pat-down that you conducted on this defendant. You recall that?
Yes.
And we obviously do not see the pat-down on this video, correct?
Correct.
And were you able to successfully complete your pat-down of this defendant?
Yes.
And in being able to accomplish that, was the defendant compliant with your directives?
Yes and no. Initially, no. And I had handcuffed her to the bar of the cell to actually finish the pat-down with her for safety purposes. And she did what I told her to do. When I told her that I was going to be checking her, she did do, but her body was like tense, giving me the indication, to be a little bit more aware of where her body was and positioning, because I was standing right in front of her.
Why is this pat-down not on camera?
I don't have an answer for that one, other than there's probably because the situation as a female officer and a female there in that area, we're doing a pat-down, we're taking clothes from her, and she's not dressed.
Your role in this case, obviously, is limited to this interaction, right? This pat-down.
Correct.
Okay. Is it unusual to not write a report based on that limited interaction for this pat-down purpose?
No.
And when you talked about her changing clothing, you recall that questioning?
Correct. I do.
How did Ms. Ellis come to wear the clothing provided to her by the jail at North Olmsted?
The corrections officer had brought into, and I think it's on the video as well, brought in a jumpsuit in there and had given me the jumpsuit at some point when we were in the back.
And did Ms. Ellis ultimately put that clothing on her body?
Yes.
By herself?
Yes.
Sure.
Officer Baldwin, thank you for answering my questions. And nothing further.
Any reading cross on those questions?
I just want to make sure I heard you clearly. You indicated that you had to cuff her to a bar?
Yes.
Well, why don't you tell either one of us that when she did direct examination initially, and then I did cross-examination, you never said anything about having to cuff her to a bar.
I didn't pick up that you wanted me to tell you that, honestly. I don't know. I can't say that the reasoning why. I don't know why.
You talked about her complaints, right?
You asked me if you could.
You talked about that, didn't you? Yes or no?
You asked me if she was compliant, and I said no. Just
That was an opportunity for you to say I had to cuff her to the bar. Right?
I guess I could have.
Okay. I'm getting the sense that you want to make her very non-compliant.
Yeah, and I'll sustain. You don't have to answer that.
Is there anything else that you left out? You left out?
I answer the questions as I'm asked. That's what I thought. I felt like I answered the question the best the way that I could at that time of the question being asked.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You can step down. Thank you. State's next witness, Detective Marjorie Jones.
Okay, that was just a bit of the testimony, a little snippet from that officer. Jamie White, does all of this sort of go away once the battle of the experts starts in terms of a juror's obligation? Because they know from the opening statements that the defense is conceding that the defendant did it and that it's just coming down to the mental fitness of the defendant.
Yeah, that's a really great point, Ted. I suspect that all of this they want to get into this. The prosecutor wants to get into this. They want to provide context that's going to inflame the jury. But if it was the defense, if they could have their way, I suspect they would just go right to the experts and just concede or stipulate, as we say, to as much evidence as they could. But there was something interesting that happened at the beginning of redirect, and there was a question about whether or not she was in withdrawal. Now, she wasn't allowed to answer that question, but I do think it's a little bit of a mirror into, a little bit of a window into what we're going to hear from the prosecuting attorney, because voluntary intoxication or some sort of psychosis that's induced as a result of intoxication, if it's voluntary, it really dismantles any argument that they were not guilty by reason of insanity. So yeah. I think we should watch for that.
That's a great point to point out, and obviously we don't know as much as they do, and we'll see how much filters and bubbles into the proceedings. Jamie White, as always, thank you, sir, for your valuable time. Quick break. More testimony when we return.
So you won't hear any testimony during this trial from linking either of the two firearms that were found to the bullet that killed Tatiana Zek, that hit Javier, that hit Keyshawn. You won't hear any testimony because of all of the rounds. The condition of them was too damaged or lack of markings to be able to match. Keyshawn Johnson was the intended target of the shooting, and that Tatiana Zek ultimately was the one that had the bullet strike her in the head, killing her.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Matt Johnson, in today for Julia Janae. Thanks for being with us on this busy Wednesday, where we start in Wisconsin for day 2 of testimony in the Caught in the Crossfire murder trial. Parise Larry was just 14 years old at the time when police say that he and another teen shot and killed 20-year-old Tatiana Zek as she was taking out the garbage. Investigators say that the teens had meant to shoot somebody else but hit Zek instead. 2 others also injured in that deadly shooting. The other teen, Antonio Johnston, pleaded guilty to murder earlier this year. He's awaiting sentencing. Before we get you back into court, let's take a look back at the case together. Parise Larry is facing a potential life sentence for a deadly shooting that happened when he was 14 years old. Larry was charged as an adult, along with Antonio Johnston, for shooting more than a dozen times at a group of people outside a Fond du Lac, Wisconsin apartment complex on May 7, 2023.
Unfortunately and tragically, one of the victims has passed away this evening. It's the 20-year-old female has been confirmed that she has passed away.
20-year-old Tatiana Zek, who also went by Toddy, was taking out the trash following a family barbecue when she was struck.
You're going to hear about the impact of those 14 gunshots. Tatiana Zek was in, and you'll see a video of this as well, in the parking lot of the Maplewood Commons between 2 of the buildings with a group, and a bullet struck her in the head, and she died from a single gunshot wound.
3 others were also injured in the shooting, including the intended target, according to police. Co-defendant Antonio Johnston pleaded guilty in January to 1 count of intentional homicide and 8 other charges. He's now awaiting sentencing. If Larry is convicted, the now 16-year-old could spend the rest of his life behind bars. Let's take you into that Wisconsin courtroom now, where the jury is seeing photos of the crime scene.
Now I'm going to put up Exhibit 13 for you, and do you recognize what you're seeing here?
Yes, sir.
And what are we seeing here in Exhibit 13?
That's one of the photos that I took on the evening of the 7th going into the 8th. The parking lot is shown there along with the west side common entry door for apartment 868.
And is that area that you just described, the common door, contain the hallway that you described, the 2 casings that you found?
Yes, sir.
We have Exhibit 14, and this, fair to say, appears to be a close-up of the parking lot area that we just saw from Exhibit 13.
Yes, sir.
And we have a marker for number 14. What is that signifying?
14 was just an overall reference. I labeled that the area where the victim was found, and ultimately had that as an area because I did swab that area and there were items inside the blood that I collected.
And now we're going to zoom in. We've got items 15 and 16 that are visible. What are you documenting there?
A pair of black slippers.
And then we can see on the upper middle portion, number 12 and 13. We'll get to those in a moment. Removing that exhibit. And now we have Exhibit 15 on the screen, and we can see 12 and 13 are now visible, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then that common hallway of 868 where the 2 other casings were found is also visible?
Correct.
Let's start with number 12 and what was marked with number 12.
12 is the fired cartridge, 9mm cartridge that was found in the parking lot.
And number 13?
Number 13 was a jacket, a bullet jacket that I found.
And did you indicated you watched surveillance footage of what you saw, that puff of dirt or grass in one of the videos?
Yes.
Did you watch surveillance footage of the shooting itself?
Yes.
And in watching that surveillance footage, did you see someone named Keyshawn Johnson in there?
Yes.
And is the area where Keyshawn Johnson was visible at any point during the shooting, is that visible here in Exhibit 15?
Yes.
And where is that in relation to the marker 12 and 13?
Again, he would have been near the bottom of the screen, out of picture, but he was in the area of 12 and 13 where the fired cartridge was, along with the bullet jacket.
Now putting up Exhibit 16, another photograph, and what are we seeing here in Exhibit 16?
Again, I'm using plastic markers, evidence markers, to give a visual representation of the crime scene. Again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 10 showed fired cartridges outside. You can see inside tent 17 where there is some marijuana on the ground. And at the top of the stairs, or right above the crime scene tape inside, you can see the marker 20 for the Swisher Sweet, or the wrapper for the scar.
And now putting up Exhibit 17, what are we seeing here?
That's a different angle. East of the doorway where the fired cartridges were inside. I'm showing a different angle to show markers 6, 7, 8, and 9 as well, just to show a perspective from that angle. Unfortunately, when I photographed that, there was a furnace kicking on. It was a little bit cold out, and you see condensation coming out from a vent pipe.
And what do the 6, 7, 8, and 9 markers represent? What are they signifying?
Those are also fired 9mm cartridges.
And so with the previous Exhibit 16, I'll put that back up momentarily. I believe you said the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 10 represented the fired cartridges?
Yes.
And then going back to Exhibit 17, 6, 7, 8, and 9 also represent fired cartridges?
Yes, sir.
And so those two exhibits show the locations of the 10 fired cartridges that you found outside of the doorway in that area?
Yes.
And Exhibit 18 is up. What does this represent?
That is a medium view or a close-up of marker 1, showing the distance from the front of the apartment to the fired cartridge, and it shows the marker in the photograph as well.
And Exhibit 19, what does that represent?
Again, a measurement showing the distance from the building to cartridge number 2, with the marker in the background to show reference points.
And Exhibit 20, what does that represent?
A photograph of a fired 9mm cartridge with the scale and the evidence marker 3 for reference.
And Exhibit 21, what does that photo represent?
A 9mm fired cartridge with scale showing the distance from the building with marker 4 for reference.
And Exhibit 22, what does that represent?
Again, a fired 9mm cartridge with scale with the evidence marker to signify that was item 5.
And Exhibit 23, same question.
Again, showing from the side of the building to reference a 9mm fired cartridge with placard 6 in the background.
And Exhibit 24.
Another fired cartridge, 9mm, with a scale and the placard for number 7 for reference.
And it looks like, if you're able to see the casing, it looks like that's at about the 44 inches.
Yes, sir.
And Exhibit 25, does that appear to be another angle from that number 7 marker?
Yes.
Exhibit 26 is up. What are we seeing here?
Again, the tape measure from the building to the fired cartridge with the placard 8 in the background for reference.
And Exhibit 27, what are we seeing here?
The fired 9mm cartridge pretty close to the building with the scale and marker number 9.
And then Exhibit 28.
Again, scale showing a fired 9mm cartridge with the placard for number 10.
Now, I don't want to get into details, but are you aware if those 10 casings were submitted to the Wisconsin Crime Lab for any analysis?
Yes, sir.
And do you commonly receive reports back from the crime lab of what those results are?
Yes, sir.
And was that done in this circumstance?
Yes, sir.
And Exhibit 29, we have that up on the screen, and this is marker 11. What is this representing?
That's a photo inside the doorway. If you were to walk into the door and immediately look to your right on the floor, that's a baseboard heater up on the top of the screen, and that shows the distance from that east wall to that fired 9mm fired cartridge with number 11 in the background.
And where specifically was number 11, this item found? What building?
That was in 868 Martin, the west side common entry door.
The area that you described in some of the earlier...
Just showing all of the key evidence for this jury there in Wisconsin, showing the pure panic and terror that all of the victims and everyone living there had to endure. We're going to take a short break right now. Coming up, more testimony in the Caught in the Crossfire murder trial for Parise Larry when we come back.
Tonight, on closing arguments, another dramatic day of testimony in the Toddler Stabbed murder trial. We're breaking down the biggest moments as this case moves forward.
Closing arguments with Vinnie Politan tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
A wife accused of murdering her prominent attorney husband, and the defense involves blaming her own sons?
Victim to verdict with Ted Rollins. New episode Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
We're in Wisconsin this afternoon for day 2 of testimony in the caught in the crossfire murder trial. Then 14-year-old Parise Larry is facing up to life in prison if convicted in the shooting death of 20-year-old Tatiana Zek. She was shot in the head while she was just taking out the trash after a cookout at her apartment complex. 3 others were also injured during that shooting. Right now, the jury is hearing from a detective going through photos of all the bullet casings, and there was a lot, more than a dozen. Let's get you back into the courtroom.
The area that you described in some of the earlier exhibits as we were looking into it?
Yes, sir.
And then exhibit 30, I'm going to zoom in here a little bit. This is marker number 12.
Correct.
And zooming in, what are we seeing here?
The fired cartridge in the parking lot that was behind a vehicle that was in a stall out in the parking lot. That's directly outside of the apartment complex on the west side.
And was this casing also sent to the Wisconsin Crime Lab for analysis?
It was.
Exhibit 31. What are we seeing here?
Again, that's a bullet jacket that I photographed and collected.
And can you just describe for the jury, when you say bullet jacket, what do you mean by that?
Bullets are lead. A jacket is consistent with what you would wear for a jacket to keep warm, but a jacket on a bullet is a coating, usually made of brass, and the jacket keeps the shape of the bullet intact. It keeps the gun cleaner, and it keeps the bullet firing truer as it's in path. When it strikes, generally the jacket peels off of the bullet, but the jacket itself is on the bullet so that it, again, feeds from the magazine into the chamber easier. It keeps the gun cleaner when you're firing, so you don't have as much lead buildup in the gun, and again, it helps the bullet fire truer.
And exhibit 32, we'll zoom out a little bit here. And what area are we looking at here in exhibit 32?
I'm standing in the open doorway on the west side of apartment 868. That is the satchel, the cloth satchel, and 17 is a close-up of a small group or a handful of marijuana on the floor.
And I'm just putting up exhibit 29 again for a moment. Is that the same hallway area where marker number 11 from exhibit 29 was located?
It is.
Putting up exhibit 33, this appears to be a bit of an over-the-top view of some of what you were just describing.
Correct. If you look above the tape measure, you can see various clumps of marijuana that's on the floor, loose marijuana.
And that was your opinion based on your training and experience that that would be marijuana?
Yes.
And exhibit 34 is up, and this appears to be a close-up of what you were just describing?
Correct.
And exhibit 35 is now up on the screen, and what are we seeing here?
That's a fired 9mm cartridge that was found once I picked up the satchel. That was found underneath the satchel.
And again, putting exhibit 29, marker number 11, was that exhibit or marker number 18 found in the same hallway as marker 11 from exhibit 29?
Yes, sir.
And exhibits 29 and 35, they both can show the fired cartridge. Were those both submitted to the Wisconsin Crime Lab for analysis?
Yes.
And did you receive a report on any possible analysis that was done?
I did.
Exhibit 36 is now up on the screen, and what are we seeing here?
That is the cigar wrapper that was found on the stairs.
And would that be from the same hallway as the markers 11 and 18 where those casings, cartridges were located?
Yes, sir.
And you noted the satchel that was observed in the hallway. Did you search the interior or inside of the satchel?
Yes.
And were there any items that you located in looking through that?
I did a cursory look that evening and found identification in there. I also found a facsimile firearm that happened to be I don't know, would be considered a BB gun or an airsoft gun, but it was a facsimile Glock handgun.
So I'm going to take these a little bit out of order and put up Exhibit 43. Is this the, is that the satchel that you just referenced?
Yes, sir.
And where is this photo? Looks like it's in a different location than where it was found in that hallway.
That's at the police department.
And putting up Exhibit 42, what are we seeing here?
That was inside the satchel. There was a Wisconsin identification card for a Tristan Ridgman, and also some bus passes for the Fond du Lac Transit. I do reference the fact that that satchel, I call it the AARP satchel because you can see the writing for AARP on that cloth bag.
So what I'm going to do, just so you can see these a little better, I've got Exhibit 37. I want to make sure you can see that, okay? Are you able to see Exhibit 37?
Yes.
And I've got Exhibit 38 in front of you as well?
Yes.
And Exhibit 39?
Yes.
And do you recognize, let's start with Exhibit, and I'll actually put Exhibit 40 in front of you. So you've got four of those photos in front of you. Do you recognize what you're seeing in these four photos?
Yes, sir, I do.
And you indicated one of them was, well, are there two firearms visible in any of these? Well, let me rephrase the question. Are there any firearms visible in these photos?
Yes.
And which ones?
The exhibit, would this be 37, is a Glock 9mm handgun. And exhibit 38 and 39 is a Bersa, B-E-R-S-A, a Bersa 9mm handgun with a laser on it. And number 40 appears to be the replica firearm, the BB gun that looks just like a Glock handgun.
And giving you Exhibit 41 as well, do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And what do you recognize that as?
That's the barrel, that's the barrel of the firearm, and I can see that once you look inside the barrel, you can see that it is in fact not a 9mm handgun, but a facsimile firearm.
And so Exhibit 41 is the barrel of the item in Exhibit 40?
Yes.
And so we'll just start with where we left off and put up Exhibit 40, and this was what again that you described?
That's a airsoft or BB gun. It's a facsimile firearm. It looks very close to a real Glock handgun.
And where was this item located?
That was in the AARP satchel, the cloth bag that was found in the hallway.
And then Exhibit 41 is the barrel of Exhibit 40 as you discussed?
Yes, sir.
And that helps you identify that it's a BB or airsoft gun?
Yes.
And now putting up Exhibit 38, this was what you described as the Bersa firearm handgun?
Correct.
And then Exhibit 39, that I think...
Hitting the pause button right there so that we can bring in my guest for this hour. Joining us from New York, we have trial attorney and friend of the program, Marjorie Mesidor. Nice to see you, Marjorie, on this busy day. What are your initial thoughts of this one there in Wisconsin? A lot of important evidence. It's just terrifying to see all of the shell casings.
It was a brutal scene, without a doubt. And the chaos that was described, the innocent bystander that was killed here, there's a lot going on. So there was a need for crowd control. There were several shooters. I'm presuming they're going to say purportedly some had real guns, some did not have real guns. So it is a lot to sift through, and they have to be able to show beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant, Defendant Larry, had the real gun, shot the shot that killed the decedent here.
Yeah, and Marjorie, when we're looking at this case, I mean, everyone involved, it's just very tragic. So many young people involved. How do you think age, with both the victim just being 20 and this defendant who was 14 at the time of the alleged incident, how do you think that's going to play into the case at the end of the day?
I think at the end of the day, the way that it's going to play into the case is the way that it already has. He's been charged as an adult. He's looking at a sentence that an adult would look at. Any benefit, and I say benefit with an asterisk because what benefit is there in murder, right? That he would have gotten for being younger, that time has already passed because he's already being treated like an adult. So while that is indeed the case, this would only come up again perhaps at sentencing if found guilty, where the judge can take into consideration the level of rehabilitation. Age could come in as well if Wisconsin is a place that is a death penalty state. That is also a circumstance that could come in. But again, because the decision was made to treat him as an adult and try him as an adult, I believe that analysis has already been laid. So the only additional consideration that would be given here is if the judge wanted to be on the lower side of the range on a sentence or on the harshness of how he would be treated on the basis of his age. I think that the fact that the victim was also very young, innocent bystander just taking out the trash at a family barbecue, makes it a lot worse as well.
Yeah, and I imagine that we're going to hear from some more victims and family members in between all of these important witnesses that are officer-related and the investigation. Marjorie Mesidor, you're going to be sticking with us all hour long. I really appreciate it. We do have to take a break right now. Coming up after the break, we get you back into that Wisconsin courtroom for more of Caught in the Crossfire murder trial for Parise Larry Jr. Also, we're going to get you caught up with what happened down the hall in that same courthouse with Taylor Schabusiness. We'll be right back.